I don't believe I've ever met him. I'm pretty sure I didn't meet him, and I just don't know anything about him.
Thanks, Donny. You're the best. You're the best, worst person in the world ever. And I do mean ever. Britain faces a blast of cold weather this weekend with sub-zero temperatures and a freezing fog warning. If only I was on the right page, I'd be able to play.
Warning, warning.
The Met Office says the mercury tonight is forecast to dip to -5 centigrade in rural spots in Britain. And you double it and add 32 to get Fahrenheit, so double -5 is... Well, you can't double a minus, because that would be minus minus. So that is literally impossible to work out. A mathematicalist will tell you that.
Correct.
Fog and freezing frog patch... I don't know why this is so difficult, but it always is, every winter. Frog and freezing fog patches. You know, frost and fog. They're expected to develop quite widely tonight. Have you ever seen wide frog? It's the worst type. It will also be dense. Wide and dense. It could be the new... be the new Home Secretary.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, wide and dense. Meteorologists have said high pressure is said to be in charge over the next week at least. Saturday is going to start with frost and fog again, but there will be sunshine for most, even including Glasgow. Can you believe that?
No.
Sunday is going to be dry, settled and rain, staying away until later in the day, even in Glasgow. Isn't that incredible? 2 whole days without rain in Glasgow. Next week, as the month ticks over, blimey, December already. Can you believe that? Where does the time go? Next week, as the month ticks over, the country will enter the meteorological winter, and it's going to be meteorologically bloomin' freezing outside. Weather expert and full-time science person Bonnie said, high pressure over the UK over the next few days means it's going to feel cold with a risk of frost and fog. Water is very dangerous. You should not drink water. I almost killed myself drinking water just before the news. I think I need to be hung upside down or something. Just drain it out of me. Saturday is going to start cloudy and further fog patches with bright spells developing for some. Probably not in Scotland. Mostly fine and dry with some sunshine. Cloudy, feeling chilly. Some sunshine, cloudy. Mostly fine and dry. Oh, never mind. Anyway, it's got all sorts, just as you would expect. The outlook for Sunday and Tuesday. I think I've got water on the brain. Sunday to Tuesday, idiot. It's going to be cloudy or foggy and cloudy and foggy. Either way, you won't be able to see the glass in front of your face.
Booze.
Some sunny spells developing Sunday, best in the southeast, rain in Glasgow. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast up to and including Christmas? You want to know what it's going to be like on Jesus' birthday? Up to Friday, the 11th of December, first couple of weeks in the next month. Hang on, I'm going to cough. That's better. Till the 11th of December, generally settled weather will likely give way to wetter, windier conditions. Well, God blimey, let's talk about tongue-twisting forecast here. We've got fog and frost, wet and windy. Wetter and windier conditions through the first week of December. Rain in most areas. Gales most likely for exposed western areas, then more settled, although colder in the second week of December. So that's the first couple of weeks. And in the second couple of weeks, which includes you-know-what, typical early winter weather with periods of persistent rain, and when it's not raining, it'll be showery.
Oh, fabulous.
The best of the driest and the brightest weather is in the south and the east, which is why it costs more to live there. Wintry precipitation is like... I'm going to cough again. Don't drink water.
Warning, warning.
Very dangerous. And that is the official position of LBC. Wintry precipitation is likely over higher ground in the north and the northwest. Conditions in the southwest likely to turn more settled through the month. There's a risk of gales with the strongest winds being seen to the north and the northwest, which is all a bit rubbish, really, for Christmas. Still, I suppose we're going to have to take it. These callers are a bit keen. What do they want?
Just want to chat to you.
Well, put them up then. I'll chat to them. got his feet up, smoking a cigar. He thinks he's done already. He's answered 2 calls. He'll tell them I'll call them back. What else are you going to do? Good grief. I'm dying in here. He's on, work to rule. You believe that? So there's a lot of tiers about. You bet there are. There's almost nobody at all is in Tier 1. And then there's Tier 2 and Tier 3. Tier 2 is high alert. This is for areas with higher or rapidly rising levels of infection where some additional restrictions need to be in place. So keep that in mind. I'm going to have a cough again. Oh my God, I think I've destroyed myself with water. Can you actually die from drinking water? Oh, and it goes down the wrong way. Or it actually feels like it's gone up the wrong way, like it's bathing my brain in water, which is probably not good for it. High alert is for areas with higher or rapidly rising levels of infection. Keep that in mind. And then there's Tier 3, which can be summarised in the following way. This is for areas with very high or very rapidly rising levels of infection. That's Tier 2 and Tier 3. Either higher and rapidly rising levels of infection, or very high and very rapidly rising levels of infection. Tier 2 and Tier 3. But, and it's a huge, giant, wobbly but, about 17 million people living in parts of England have seen their coronavirus outbreaks go down for at least 2 weeks in a row. And they will, however, be enjoying the toughest tiers next week when the country's lockdown finally ends. And you won't notice the difference between that and what follows, I would guess. As many as a third of England's authorities saw coronavirus infections drop in these 7-day spells ending the November the 15th and then again November the 22nd, so they've gone down 2 weeks in a row. This is according to Public Health England's own figures. And they include all 10 boroughs in Greater Manchester, Blackburn, Gateshead and Lancashire, which are all earmarked for Tier 3. Oh, no. Which is for areas with a very high or very rapidly rising level of infection. But their infections aren't rising very rapidly. They're falling. Explain that to me, I double dare you. Officials have refused to reveal the exact criteria needed for areas facing lockdown in all but name to escape the tougher curbs. They've refused to reveal their thinking behind these new tiers. I would imagine partly because there isn't much thinking in evidence. It's almost as though they're just making it up. Experts said they felt ministers have been cautious when allocating the tiers due to an expected jump in infections in the run-up to Christmas. Oh, I see. It's our fault for doing something that we haven't done yet. Hang on, I'm going to cough again. I think maybe I need a whiskey or like a gin or maybe some tequila. Have you got a bath full of tequila? Anything but water. I've tried that. It doesn't agree with me. Yeah, so, says the nation, as with one voice. Why me? Why do I get stuck in a Tier 3 area, they say, when we've been good boys and girls? We have, and our infection rate has actually gone down, not up. And yet, to be in Tier 3 means that you are in an area with a very high or very rapidly rising level of infection. But that's not true. They are disseminating misinformation. Liar! Experts said they felt ministers have been cautious when allocating the tiers due to the expected jump in infections in the run-up to Christmas. Well, if you don't want the infections to increase in the run-up to Christmas, cancel Christmas. Problem solved. Except no politician wants to do that because they know that nobody would ever vote for them again. People are very, very picky about Christmas. I mean, it's just another day in the calendar. It's no big deal, really. It's not actually Jesus' birthday. They just picked it because it was a pagan festival. It's around about the shortest day in the year. That's why it's there. It's got nothing to do with invisible space wizards or anything like that. It's just the most darkness, and then you go out of the dark and towards the light. Oh. It's amazing how quickly it comes around, isn't it? Because the half year isn't really in tune with our seasons. I mean, winter proper doesn't really start till about the end of January, does it? And then we got so we got December and January, which is generally rubbish, and then at the end of January, winter proper starts, and then you got February, March, April, May, and June. Oh my God! And around about when the summer starts, then we get the longest day, and it starts to get blooming well dark again. What a way to run a planet, eh?
Dreadful.
And after the Tory backbenchers had a collective cow that their northern seats had been put into Tier 3, the government immediately shoved Housing Minister Robert Jenrick forward. You know Housing Minister Robert Jenrick, don't you?
No!
Yep, that's him. He said many areas may move down the tiers before Christmas. Well, what's the point in that? That's doubly weird. I mean, either those areas should be locked down based on science, or they shouldn't. Pick one. None of this makes any sense anymore. Well, I'll excise those words any more out of that sentence. None of this makes any sense. I mean, if you stay, oh, and calm. I'm going to have to cough again. Oh my God, one sip of water and 15 minutes later I'm still sick. If you say that everybody must stay in for the benefit of their health, you can't then say maybe they shouldn't just because you've been shouted at by a gaggle of sirs. I mean, what is the collective noun for a bunch of sirs, by the way? Of sirs. That's probably it. You know England's Chief Medical Officer, Professor Chris Whitty? No! Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's him too, yeah. Dr. Doom. You know, out of Doom and Doomer. He said that Tier 2, with bans on mixing between households, would be good as it gets for most. Yeah, thanks a lot, Professor Chris. As good as it gets for most. Hang on. Oh, my God. Oh. Can we put on a tape of Steve Allen? I'm going to go and lie down. I made the mistake of having a sip of water. It damn near killed me. In fact, I think it's trying to kill me still, as I speak. Yeah, so... And the assumption behind all this is, of course, that lockdowns work. But they don't only save lives, they cost lives too. Lives lost in delayed medical treatment, lost from poverty and ruined futures and unemployment and mental health problems. And people still talk about lockdowns as though they only have one outcome, saved lives, as though there is only one lane. But there's evidence that in the long term, there are two lanes. It comes back at you. I mean, there's no actual proof that they won't, in the long term... Hang on. Oh, my God, how can a sip of water cause me so many medical complications? It's because I didn't water it down with gin. That was my first big mistake. I'm very ill. I mean, I've heard of drowning, but not on dry land. not in a radio studio. Who ever drowned in a radio studio, for crying out loud? Hang on. Oh, blimey. We are going to have to burn this entire studio. All this coughing is... we're going to have to rope it off. All of this equipment is going to have to be binned. So, like I said, was I saying this or was this in my mind? All the assumption behind all Oh, my God. All right, I'll try and get it out. And then I'll go and lie down for about, 6, 7 hours. The assumption is that lockdowns work, but it ain't necessarily so. I mean, I read a statistic the other day that said for every 2 lives saved during the course of lockdown, 1 life has been lost because of, this, that and the other. People haven't had the medical treatment they needed. People have had their medical complications diagnosed too late, etc. and so on. There is no proof that in the long term, lockdowns will not be the cause of as many deaths or more than they save in the short term. But, governments are always into short term, not long term. They give a care about long term. They ain't going to be here in the long term. Britain recorded 16,022 new coronavirus cases yesterday. That was a drop of 20.9% compared to the same time last week. 20% down. I mean, doesn't that imply that the second wave has peaked? But we're acting like it's going up, not down. I'll remind you what the tiers say. Tier 2, high alert for areas with higher or rapidly rising levels of infections. Tier 3, very high alert, is for areas with very high or very rapidly rising levels of infection. But there aren't any. We're going down, like the SS Britannia. We are going down. By the way, I do hope that Sir Philip Green is not impacted financially personally by the potential collapse of his business empire, because that would be very upsetting if Sir Philip Green was to be impacted personally, financially, from the collapse of his empire. Although, if that ship goes down, it looks to me as though he's already wearing his life preserver. In fact, it looks like he's swallowed one of those inflatable dinghies. He'll be just fine. This anonymous text says, is Nick Abbott okay? I'm worried about him. Am I okay? Well, it depends what you mean. And furthermore, what's it got to do with you? Here's a call in Hull. Hello, Charles.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Charles.
Hi. I was going to say, are you well? But you drank the water.
Yes. Never drink the water.
Yeah.
I'm with WC Fields on that whole water issue. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. It's getting a bit tough though. The tier 3.
You haven't experienced it yet?
Well, you see, it was supposed to be my 60th birthday party a month ago, but then Boris brought the lockdown.
Yes.
And then next week I'm due to see my girlfriend because she's in Scarborough. You see, I'm in Hull way, and
long distance love affair.
Yeah, well, we're in tier 3.
Yeah. So?
Well, I mean, do I put on a mask and try and get to Scarborough or something?
Well, depends what kind of mask.
Yeah.
Does it go with a gimp suit? That kind of mask?
I've got this vision of a body approaching me on the station platform, asking questions.
Yeah, coated in rubber from head to toe.
Yeah, it's saying something like, "Oh, you sound like you come from Hull, lad."
Do you though?
Well, I mean, if I'm heading towards Scarborough, it doesn't sound good, does it? Really?
What, having a Hull accent?
Well, actually, I mean, I don't really have much of a Hull accent. I could put a sort of, "Oh, all right, Governor, you ain't me, Governor." I could try that one.
Well, what was that? Australia?
It was. I did live in London a while, but
no, I don't think so. It sounded like Northern Territories, Australia to me. Better luck next time, Charles. Oh, and by the way,
stop whining.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who were suffering, and he's worried about missing his birthday. 60th birthday. What were you going to do? Have a bit of cake and go to bed at 9. Catherine in Brentwood says, Nick, you really need to have some more water, but take it carefully. Good luck. No, I've tried water. I don't like it. But furthermore, it doesn't like me. It's still, I still feel as though it's coated the inside of my brain. Not the inside of my brain exactly, but the outside of my brain, the inside of my head. I feel a little peculiar.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Robin says, people who break COVID rules 2 or 3 times need serious jail time. Make an example of them. Lock them up. Push them all back out to sea. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that we're going down a dodgy path here. Because when a government takes away your freedoms and your rights, it is loath to return them. Remember that. It gets very used to bossing you about and telling you what to do. They under the guise of unprecedented circumstances. That's got to be the word of the year, by the way, isn't it? Unprecedented. Hey, there's a U for the A to Z. We've got one. That'll happen this year, by the way. The rota is out, and it goes from, I think, Christmas Eve to New Year's Eve. The A to Z of 2020, when we'll just be staring into space, thinking, "Oh, can't think of anything." C, I've got a V. That's it. I'm beginning to get concerned. I'll have to bring in some reading, but I'll read you a book. Let's have... Oh, no, there's no time. Oh, I do feel as though I've been knocked sideways by a sip of water. You just never know what life's going to throw at you, do you? I mean, you're just going along perfectly happily from one moment to the next and thinking nothing could possibly go wrong. Well, that's wrong. Boatloads could go wrong. You could get felled by a sip of water, for crying out loud. God, half an hour ago and I'm still recovering. I'm not completely well. And it's water what done it. Andrew in Chelsea says, a splurge of Sirs. Nah. It's a I can't do it now. It's a of Sirs. Fiona in Devon says, I just want you to know that my spouse says that an anagram of Diego Maradona is an arm, good idea, which is factually accurate. That is true. It's an anagram of Diego Maradona. An arm, a good idea. And finally, for the moment, Lorraine texts, what's the difference between Tier 3 and full lockdown? Or is this a joke? I don't know, Lorraine. What is the difference between Tier 3 and a full lockdown? Oh, it's not a joke. How many hours is it to the next election, says Lorraine. You made your choice, Lorraine. You've got to live with it. Are you beginning to feel like it might not have been the best decision to make to vote for a clown off the telly?
I feel lightheaded. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I do feel as though my mind is all a bit of a boggle. If you sip some water and it goes up the wrong way, can it actually coat the outside of your brain? Where does it go if it goes the wrong way? Because it seems to have hurt my eyeballs as well. I think I need medical attention immediately. What's the number for 999? 0345 6060 973. Jim texts, the collective noun for a group of sirs is a donation. Money? That'll do nicely. Pauline says, try a cough and then 2 deep, slow breaths. No, rubbish. You're not an expert, Pauline. Don't know what she's talking about. Canuck, hello, Michael.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Yes, I forgot your name, that's why.
Well, it's a good job I remembered yours then, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you got mine wrote down.
Yeah, I got your number all right.
No, anyway, I live in Staffordshire, and it's one of the biggest counties in Great Britain.
Is it?
I'm under Tier 3 for no apparent reason of my own, and the majority of people that live in Staffordshire, it's nothing to do with them. It's to do with a few taking no notice of the regulations, what are laid down for them. And really, at the end of the day, I don't think it's really fair.
Right. So you've been legal, decent, honest and true, have you?
Yeah, I put my face mask on when I go out anywhere. I keep my 2 metres, and I go out shopping once a week, and I go onto my local park for a walk, but I don't go in crowds anywhere.
Right.
I've even might as well hand my bus pass back because I don't use public transport no more.
Well, no, best not to.
Yeah.
Well, there's nowhere to go even if you did.
No, you're right there. And when you get there, there's nobody there.
Exactly. I normally park in an area of London really near Trafalgar Square, and usually there's maybe one space if I'm lucky. But by the time I get there, I've never seen it before on any day, even on Christmas Day itself. I have never seen the entire road devoid of cars parked. Every single space was available. I couldn't believe it. It's like living in a sci-fi film.
Well, it's got its good points then.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, tens of thousands of people have died. Millions of people have been put out of work. We've got the worst economic catastrophe in history, but at least there's a place to park.
Yeah, do's and don'ts. Anyway, during the the end of the last war, when we had the Cold War with Russia, they dug bunkers all over the place in case we had a nuclear or chemical warfare.
Yeah.
And they didn't come out halfway through and have a nose round, did they? Because they'd be dead. So why are we doing it?
I bet people did. I mean...
No, they wouldn't come out. It was lockdown. But you could... most council houses had these bunkers. So we've got all the idiots that have been sorting us out in the bunker together. They should have sort of put one on the bunker, I think.
I bet people did, though. I mean, are there hills around where you live?
Yeah, I'm on one.
You're on a hill right now. Well, you want to be very cautious because...
600 foot above sea level.
Right, well, be very careful then.
I'm near a mast.
You're near a mast?
Electrocuted, I suppose.
Right, well, let's hope. I bet people did go up on hills during the war to see the planes fly over.
No, I didn't. They would be locked down for 18 months, and they got supplies in there and toilets in there and everything they wanted.
Oh, you mean in the
we would have a nuclear war,
right?
But we didn't.
Okay, well, we didn't have a nuclear war.
No, we didn't.
Right.
But them were the rules that were laid down. But it was the only people that had got... They was all built in council houses, these bunkers. A lot of people didn't know that they'd secretly gone in there and dug a great big bunker out for all the people that worked there.
Rubbish. No such thing ever happened.
It did.
Oh, well, you should have said.
I did say.
I'm sorry, I've got water on the brain.
Water's good for you.
No, it isn't.
I'll tell you what.
I'm proof. I'm sitting here, I'm telling you that water is very, very dangerous.
You get a brown paper bag and
Yes.
put it over your head.
Right. Well, you get a plastic bag and put it over yours. You go
It
first.
stops hiccups, so it might do you a bit of good as well.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that straight away. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. What a nice man. Cully texts, if water is sticking in your throat, have a biscuit. You'll feel better straight away. Yeah, that's right. Cram your mouth with dusty, crumbly biscuits, and that'll stop you coughing. They're trying to kill me now. Let's have East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike. What tier are you in, Mike?
We're in tier 3, although we're next door to Hull, and we're half their rate, but we've still got roped into tier 3.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense. I got some statistics. In Greater Manchester, the infection rate dropped 20% in the week to November the 15th, and then by 35.9% the following week. This is the infection rate dropping, but they're stuck in tier 3 in Greater Manchester. In Liverpool, on the other hand, rates dropped by 38% in the week to November the 15th, and then by 13% in the following 7-day period, which looks a lot like Manchester's trend, but Liverpool, unlike Manchester, gets away with tier 2.
But as we keep getting told, Liverpool cooperated.
Huh?
The Liverpool authorities cooperated with the government, and they went along with their suggestions, whereas Manchester and Andy Burnham put up a bit of a protest. So the government keeps saying at every opportunity, if authorities like Liverpool cooperate with us, they'll get good results.
Oh, my God, it's like we're being run by Donald Trump. Every single thing this government does is by the credo, what would Donald Trump do? That is exactly what Donald Trump would do.
Exactly, but the other thing that I wanted to bring up was about the briefing the other day with Witty Valance and Boris.
Yeah.
And Boris is has thrown Cornwall and the Isle of Wight under the bus. because what Whitty actually said was that Tier 1 Mark 1 in October the 12th is exactly the same as Tier 1 Mark 2 that comes in on the 2nd of December. He also said about 20 minutes later in the briefing, Tier 1 does not control the virus rates will increase in Tier 1. But Boris had to have somewhere in Tier 1, or it looked ridiculous.
And Tier 1, by the way, is medium. Tier 1 isn't all clear. It's not low. They start with medium, and then they go to high, and then it's like clothes sizes starting at a medium. There is no small. That's true enough these days. There's no small sizes anymore. It starts at a medium and then goes extra double large.
Unless you're in Scotland, and then you've got, 5 tiers, but they don't have a... But it's all politicking. You have to have somewhere in Tier 1, and Cornwall and the Isle of Wight, although their rates are reasonably low, they're not low enough to stop it increasing, so they've been thrown under the bus. As usual with Boris, if it doesn't suit me, or everything has to suit me, everything's designed around making me look good.
Me.
Let you kiss and cuddle at Christmas, because that makes me look good. But Sage have come out, I don't know whether you heard your last news break, and said that the proposals for Christmas will double the infection rate.
Great.
Absolute politicking.
Yeah. Well, the politicians aren't that...
How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen?
How stupid are they to allow it to happen? To keep doing what Donald Trump would do. He's on his way out, and they're still modelling their approach on him.
Absolutely.
You know, it doesn't matter what tier you're in, the gyms will remain open after December the 2nd. Now, that's a good thing for me personally, because I can't exercise at home. I've tried it and I just can't. So, I've exercised less this year than any time in the past 30 years. But what sense does that make? The gyms are full of panting people, wiping their ick all over everything that they go. I mean, okay, so we are invited to wipe stuff down afterwards, but people don't really do that. And the bigger bloke you are, and the more impression of toughness that you want to give off, the less you are likely to wipe down your stuff, because you know that no one's going to tell you otherwise. So gyms seem like the absolute epicenter of where you're going to get this stuff, and yet they remain open regardless of what tier you're in. What sense does that make?
Absolutely none.
Right. Well, I'm glad it's not just me. Okay.
The other thing, just a quickie on this one. What I predict will happen is that, they're going to review everything on December the 16th.
Yeah.
They're going to take loads of areas down from Tier 3 to Tier 2.
Yes.
Which will result in loads of people going out and mingling and catching it, and then they're all going to mingle at Christmas. So I think that Sage's estimate of doubling could actually be higher than that.
It'll be the biggest super spreader event in history. Jesus' birthday. Because it's what God wants. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, the lists are long and getting more and more obtuse with every waking minute. Have you heard about the what you can drink and when you can drink it in a restaurant now? It's almost like they're trying to upset us. I was going to say someone else there, but I'll keep it clean. They're trying to upset us. It's almost like, how far can we push them before they break? It's like a science experiment, or one gigantic joke that we aren't aware that we're living in. Yeah, get this. So, Greater Manchester, the infection rate dropped by 20% one week, and then by 35% the following week, as in up to this moment now. And they're in Tier 3. In Liverpool, the infection rates dropped by 38% and then by 13%. And they're in Tier 2. Manx are in Tier 3 and Liverpool are in Tier 2. But both tiers, remember, are supposed to be for areas where the infection rate is going up, and they're going down. Lancashire, 1.2 million people. Infections dropped for 2 consecutive weeks. It still gets stuck in Tier 3. Nottinghamshire, 2 weeks of falling infections, Tier 3. On the other hand, no London boroughs, not one single one, have recorded falls in COVID-19 infection rates over the past 2 consecutive weeks, and yet London, the town that ministers live in, only gets Tier 2. Coincidence? Maybe. Jeff texts, have you noticed that you have not coughed since you took those 2 deep breaths? Seems it was good advice after all. Well, you should hear me during the commercial break, Jeff. God, I'm coughing so much I'm seeing double. Crystal Palace, hello, Natalie.
Hello, Nick. It's been a long time. I think I spoke to you about this time last year.
Wow.
And it was to tell you that I'm pretty much done in terms of my A to Z list.
You're done?
Well, I've pretty much completed it. I've only got 4 letters that I've got nothing for.
Wow.
And I'm fairly confident that come the 29th of December or whenever it is that you're going to be kicking it off, I should have those 4 covered.
Yeah, it's going to be the 24th of December, Christmas
is it?
Eve.
Right, 24th.
Yes.
I'm so looking forward to it.
So you've got 4 left.
Do it.
I know which ones you've got. 4 left. X, Y, and Z, right?
No, I've got Z.
You got Z?
I've got
Well,
Z,
don't tell me what it is.
No, I'm not going to because it's a surprise. But it's a good Z. You won't be able to argue with it. You're not going to go, I'm not going to allow that.
Okay,
then. Do you know what? Actually, in fact, if I don't get on the line first, I'm sure someone else will think of this.
Well,
I'm
racking my brain. I can't think of any Zs, but anyway.
Well, if you think about
the don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
All right. But I've got some good ones, but unfortunately I've also got a lot of dead people on here.
Well, there's...
But I've tried to mix it up.
A lot of that about,
events, and I've also tried to make it not all about COVID-19.
Well,
so
excellent
I've really tried to... Yeah, I'm quite proud of myself. And I just wanted to know how easy it would be to get to the top of the list so I go on first.
First?
Soon as I put the work in, am I able to book a slot for 10:05 on Christmas Eve?
It's not a restaurant, Natalie. But we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
I'm going to call you every day now until...
I shall look forward to it.
Lovely speaking to you, Nick.
All right. Thanks a lot, Natalie. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, the A to Z of 2020 will start on Christmas Eve. I must check that. Or does it start on Christmas Day? Anyway, there's days between Christmas and New Year that fit precisely into the alphabet, or the alphabet rather fits precisely into them. We do 1 letter per hour, and it's relatively easy until we get to X, Y, and Z, which we cram into the 1 hour into the new year. That'll be on New Year's Eve, which is going to be pretty quiet, isn't it? I mean, London's going to be closed down, I reckon. But there's no plans for any fireworks, so that's out. I don't think anything will be open, will there? Because people will not maintain social distancing on New Year's Eve. Booze. They just won't. Neither will they maintain social distancing over Christmas. I think they're just setting us up for them, the government, saying, oh, well, you know, we wrote down your rules and regulations very, very precisely, and you failed to follow them. So now we're going to have to lock you down for the entirety of February. Household mixing, Tier 1, medium. The rule of 6 applies, indoors and outdoors, unless, of course, the household has more than 6 people living there. You don't actually have to sell your children if you made the mistake of having too many. Tier 2, no mixing with other households indoors, apart from people in their support bubbles. Up to 6 people can meet outside in private gardens or public parks. Blimey, it's winter out there. Tier 3, very high, no mixing with other households indoors apart from people in support bubbles. Up to 6 people can meet outside in public parks, but not private gardens. I mean, come on, it's Christmas. People are going to be kissing and hugging And they're going to be, everything that goes with Christmas. They're going to be sitting around a table, breathing all over each other. And by the end of the evening, you'll be swapping saliva. Awful. And so the infection rate is going to go up. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I don't know anything about science. I'm about as scientifically qualified as Donald Trump.
I know nothing.
But I'll tell you right now, the infection rate is going to skyrocket in January. And it takes, a couple of weeks before it really comes to fruition. So that will mean that they'll be yelling at us in January, telling us that we failed to follow their clear and precise instructions, and then for the month of February we'll all get locked in while they get the army motivated, mobilised to jab needles in our arms. Hands up, who wants one? Keep them up while I count. Sue says, if they keep these tiers going until April, by then any undecided will be clamouring to take the vaccine. Well, that's an interesting thought. Yes. I was actually offered a flu vaccine, having tried to get one and failed. I mean, I tried everywhere. I tried the supermarket that's got a chemist outlet in it. I tried a well-known Boots, idiots. A well-known chain of chemists, the name of which I will not mention, Boots. Some independent chemists. I tried my GP, everywhere, and nobody had one. God, they can't get anything right, can they? It's as though the government was surprised at the onset of winter. Oh, we had no idea. We should have looked forward in our diaries. Who knew that winter was coming around again? All they had to do, they had an entire year to get ready to give us a flu vaccine, and they failed. It is as though it was a mistake to elect a good time Charlie, the funny bloke off the telly, to run the country, wasn't it? It's almost as though that was a mistake on our part, for which we should apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
LBC.
Totally, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I am sorry.
Very, very apologetic. I just hit that thing twice, which means it's not playing now. Oh, well. Oh, God. See, like I said, I do have, I feel that water really affected me quite strongly. I've been off kilter for about an hour now. It was a sip of water, for crying out loud, and it's done its best to kill me. So Zora Sullivan should be alert that there is no music, because I hit the thing twice, which was entirely the water's fault. This says, how are the government calculating these figures? They have not tested the entire population, so the number of cases is not a true reflection of reality. This is shambolic. That buffoon in number 10 must go, says that messenger. Well, don't sit on the fence. Tell us how you think.
Yeah. Wait.
Must go, you say? Well, who could replace him? I mean, it couldn't get any worse, could it? Newton Ards. Where's that, Chris?
It's in Northern Ireland, Nick.
Ah.
How are you?
I'm very well, thanks.
I've been enjoying the show. I enjoyed your chat with the fella from Hull. You actually have me wondering now if gimp masks are socially appropriate attire in this current climate.
Yeah, somebody should look into that. There's probably a boatload of money to be made there.
Yeah, I've got loads of different colours and everything. Listen, Nick, what I actually wanted to say was I wanted to get your thoughts on the fact that these lockdowns always seem to coincide with things that will benefit big companies rather than small companies. It seems to me to be, well, for instance, in Northern Ireland, we had the DUP about a week or so ago refuse any new restrictions. And then suddenly they agreed to restrictions, but only after Black Friday had passed. And now they have said...
Isn't today Black Friday?
Sorry, say it again, Nick?
Isn't today Black Friday?
Yes. But of course the Black Friday event, as they call it, that's been running all week. So they didn't want to miss that. And then what the finance department in Northern Ireland did was they said every household can have a prepaid credit card worth £100 to spend in local businesses.
What?
Yeah, that's what we're getting in Northern Ireland, except for the fact that the very next day it was announced, oh no, it's not for local businesses. Now you can spend it in Tesco, Asda and Amazon.
Right. That's probably not a great idea. I mean, particularly that last one.
Exactly. It's a terrible idea. It would have been a good idea at the beginning. But as soon as the big companies started lobbying to have it being spent in their stores,
yeah,
that then just becomes a redistribution of wealth.
Right.
That seems to be,
it's trickle up economics is what that is. It's
exactly.
The
Nick,
money from the poor
to
the rich.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is on purpose, but that's what's happening.
But it's on purpose. Yeah.
You have to look at the profits of Amazon, of Tesco. I mean, if we just look at the UK, Tesco, Asda, all of the big companies in the UK, they're profiting from these lockdowns.
Well, the supermarkets have had a fantastic time of it because they're the only shops that are open, which is one of the reasons, well, it's probably the reason that the best place to catch this invisible menace is in the supermarket. That was a statistic that came out the other day, but it's only, I would imagine, because those are the only shops that are open.
Well, that's it. You can't go to an independent bed retailer now.
No.
You can only go to a big chain of bed retailers like Harry Carey or the like, because they have now lobbied the government so they don't have to close, whereas all of the small businesses that sell the same things do have to close.
There's a bed retailer called Harry Carey?
Yeah, they have now been classed as essential.
Really?
They are essential in Northern Ireland, but small bed retailers aren't essential. Only the big places where you're more likely to catch COVID.
Well, you could say that the bigger the place, the less likely it is that you're likely to catch it, though. I mean, the further away you can...
No, because the more people would be in it, Nick.
Well, that's possible, yeah.
No, well, that would be true. I mean, as soon as you scale up any size building, you get more footfall, you get more people, so you're more likely to catch it in any place where there's more footfall.
Well, perhaps.
I don't know. That's not perhaps, Nick. I mean, that's true.
No, it most certainly is perhaps. If 10 people all want a bed at the same time and they go into a tiny shop, then they're all squeezed together on the same bed, all trying it out.
Yes.
But if they're in a warehouse and there's only 10 people in there, then they can all have their own bed.
But there won't be only 10 people, Nick, because if you
don't
have
know
10
that.
people going... Yes, I do. That's statistics, Nick.
Statistics. Well, we're not interested in your so-called facts on this show. Statistics?
Boring.
No one cares.
No, but you see what I mean, Nick? I mean,
no, I do not see what you mean. I think you're just making it up in order to make a point.
Okay, well, if a small retailer has 10 customers per day...
Yes.
And a large retailer has 100 customers per day...
How many apples does Joe have?
I don't know who Joe is, but they all walk through the same doors, so they all have to walk through the same catchment area for the virus, which can live on surfaces for up to 48 hours.
But there's only a certain number.
They all have to walk
yes,
through.
I know. There's only a certain number.
A larger retailer has more people walk through a place
Nonsense.
where they have
That's not
the
true.
COVID virus that can live on surfaces
Incorrect.
for up to 48 hours.
No. If there can only be a certain number of people who want to buy a new bed, yes?
Yes, but you can get more of them into a larger store.
Yeah, but if there's only a certain number of people who want to buy a new bed in any one area at one time, then if 10 people go into a smaller place, then they'll all be squeezed together. But if those same 10 people go into a bigger place, then they'll be further apart. Problem solved.
No, but the 10 people will go into 10 different smaller retailers. They don't all congregate in the one large one.
You don't know
Whereas
that.
If you have one large... I do know that.
No,
That's
you don't
why
know that.
smaller retailers exist. If they all congregated in one, the rest wouldn't exist, Nick.
Yeah, but they might not like all those. You can have 10 retailers, but they might not want to go into the 10. There might be one particular one
so
that's
the
the
rest
best.
would be closed. They wouldn't be open for business anymore.
Oh, my God. I think you're just going to have to admit that you've lost this. You lose. But anyway, how's your new bed?
I tell you what, Nick, it's great.
Is it?
Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic salesman. fantastic salesman in that place. Great
Okay.
stuff.
Well, I'm not interested. You didn't buy the salesman. You bought the bed. How's the bed?
Oh, well, I brought him home to lie in it with me. Nick.
Right, well, he came with it. Well, it's an added bonus. Okay, thanks a lot, Chris. 0345 6060 973. A tsunami of people want to know the address of that bed shop. Jim says, has Boris realised New Year's Eve is coming up and celebrations? What's his plan? Plan? There's no plan. What are you talking about? Plan? Strategy?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. Hey, how's that Kraken legal suit going, Donnie? Is it going very, very well?
Don't be rude.
I'll assume that the answer is no. That man, he just keeps giving and giving, doesn't he? And that thing where he was sat behind that child's desk, who gave him that? That was hilarious. Talk about being pranked. He had no idea that what he would look like. He looked like a child at school. Where did that desk come from? What was the thing with the desk? They gave him this tiny desk and stuck a big presidential seal on the front of it. It looked like Fisher-Price, My First Desk. And then there was the diaper thing, which was trending for like 2 days in a row on Twitter, to the point that Donald Trump said, I think it was, we must look very strongly at to Section 320 or whatever it was of the legal code in America, which I think protects internet giants from being sued for spreading misinformation. People were saying that he was wearing an adult diaper because his rear area looked enormous. Like suspiciously large, and nobody would have thought a thing about it if he hadn't freaked out and called it a national emergency that the people must stop picking on him. That guy still has fans who think that he's totally strong, very strong person. It's just amazing the power of the media to delude. It's a certain demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, they just seem to fall for it. They've fallen for him big time, huge. What's going to happen next is, well, it could actually get worse when he's outside, looking in, and by looking I mean in, then it could actually be worse because his fans aren't going away. They've suffered a great loss of face because to admit that they were wrong, then that the object of their desire is somehow fallible, would be to admit that they've been had, and so they won't. And they're nursing this grievance that that their shining future has somehow been taken away from them by the evil forces of, oh God, I don't know, George Soros, Bill Gates, you name it, the devil. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I would imagine that this is chapter 1 in a large volume of things that are going to be swirling around Donald Trump. I'm expecting at least civil war, if not World War III. I mean, he said it himself.
I'll bring us into war.
And I believe he will. A clown off the telly did this to the human race. You see how easy it is? I'll say it again. People stare in wonderment at the History Channel and think, how did an entire nation get carried away by this shouty bloke with a moustache? Easy is how. You just got to nurse a grievance. A bloke with charisma has to tell you that what's wrong with your life is not you, and it's not luck, because you can't do anything about luck. It's this easily identifiable minority over here that's at fault. They're the reason why. and you just stoke up the hatred and the feelings of grievance and the feeling that the elite are doing you down somehow. And you just keep winding them up and winding them up and winding them up, and you get the 24-hour-a-day programming on the History Channel, which is where Donald Trump is going. Give him 20 years, and we'll be looking at endless programs about him. Still, could be worse. I'm just thinking about precisely how. Well, he could have won again, I suppose. There is that. But he ain't going away. Not at all. What do you think about that, Melania?
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered.
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
I'm having a medical breakdown. I'm still recovering from that sip of water that I had just before the news at 10 o'clock. I mean, I really am. I feel like off. I feel like the inside of my head has been sluiced with water, which is probably not good for my health. I mean, if the water goes up the wrong way, where does it go exactly? Because it feels like it's coated the backside of my eyeballs. And I feel, a bit weird. Like maybe I shouldn't drive home. I'm under the influence of a sip of water, which is very dangerous.
Warning, warning.
Don't eat. See? Eat. Don't eat water. There is something wrong with me. It's water what done it. James in Swindon says, I went for a walk today. I ended up walking past my gym in town. Obviously it was closed, but on the other side of the street there was a fancy dress shop open. There was see, I even screwed that up. There was a fancy dress shop that was open. What a strange time to be alive, he says. Yeah, that don't make no sense. Well, precious little of it does. This text says, I live in Cornwall, as we're Tier 1. We're waiting for the invasion of boozing morons this Christmas. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Cornwall is Tier 1. So I'll see you at the railway station. Yeah, Tier 1 means rule of 6 applies, indoors and outdoors, unless, of course, the household has more than 6 people living there. Venues can open, pubs and restaurants, table service only, last orders at 10. Are they still doing that? I thought they'd stopped doing that. That makes no sense at all, last orders at 10 o'clock. What difference does it make? I mean, if last orders are at 10... So before it was you have to leave by 10. Now it's last orders that are at 10, you've got to leave by 11. Which equally doesn't make no sense, because it just means that at 5 to 10, it'll be 6 deep at the bar, and everybody will be ordering 3 pints. Shops, non-essential retail can open, but that's across the board. Which, if the purpose of the game is to try to prevent the spread of this invisible menace, then surely non-essential shops should remain closed. Now, I know that it would be economically ruinous to do that, but you have to pick one. Which is it that you're doing, Boris? Hairdressers and the people in the beauty industry can open across the board, whether you're a medium, high or very high tier. Equally, that makes no sense. You've got somebody teasing your tresses right close up at you, and they're going to be doing the very same thing to the next person and the person after that and the person after that. You might as well French kiss half your high street. How does that make sense? You've got to work from home if it's possible to do so. That's across the board as well. And that's immediately after, of course, the government told us to go back to work, because otherwise you'll get fired. It is as though they're just making this stuff up on the hoof. Education, nurseries, schools, colleges, universities are all open. And that's across the board as well. Which equally makes no sense, because apart from supermarkets, the place that you're going to catch this the most is in a nursery, a school, a college or a university. I'm not sure about the nurseries part, but definitely schools, right up there. But this thing bounces off kids. It's that they come home and the granny plants a smacker on them. That's the problem. Religious services, places of worship will open, but people must abide by the rule of 6. That's in the Tier 1, medium tier. In Tier 2, places of worship will open, but people must stick to their own household or their support bubble. And that's the same in Tier 3 as well. So you can go to a religious service, but in Tier 3, but you can't go to a restaurant to eat. In Tier 3, hospitality is closed except for takeaways. But you can go to a religious service. What sense does that make? What, you think the virus is going to respect it? Is not going to enter the house of God? Oh. Well, that's not right. That should have been... see, even this thing's broken down. That sip of water has broken this thing as well. It's me coughing at it, I suppose. So that makes zero sense to me. You can go to have a worship, but you can't go and have a meal. What difference does it make? And gyms and swimming pools are going to be open. Gyms where people pant in close proximity to each other the most. And they're going to start letting people into live performances and professional sport as well, which equally makes no sense. 1,000 people indoors. Doesn't that sound like a super spreader event? Does to me. Not to Boris. 0345 6060 973. Tom in Kendal says, I can explain the tiers easily. T1 is beer. T2 is beer and chips. And Tier 3 is no beer. Those tiers again. Tier 1 beer. Tier 2 beer and chips. Tier 3 no beer. And Robin Peterborough says, did you see that Donny pardoned 2 turkeys this week? No, I did not see it. Oh, yeah, I did see that. He actually showed up for that. He's not going to show up for Joe Biden's inauguration, though. Like a child, he's going to stay away. Luton. Hello, John.
Hi there. Yeah, I'll leave Donald out. He does my head in.
Yes.
Talk about the tiers, though. I mean, can you explain this? So our Christmas has been moved to April now. We decided to scrap it because of a couple of reasons. The train prices, which a lot of us use to go north to Ilkley, Moyton Moor, they've been. I hope you guys know that the companies are actually whacking big prices on them to take advantage of what Boris has said. So it's completely balmy. It's unaffordable.
I looked at the price of going to Birmingham and back. This is next week, just a day after the lockdown finished. Birmingham and back, £250.
Yeah.
How's that even possible?
I know. You wait till when it is on the 21st or whatever it is. You know, we're talking. For me, it's going to be. Well, I mean, the point I'm calling you about. Do you know Ilkley Moor Bartat?
Bartat.
Yeah. It's a small town, but it's been put into Tier 3 because my sister's house is a big house where we meet. And she backs onto the moor with the sheep going by. Now, they must think that sheep pass on coronavirus.
Well, you can get it off your dog, apparently. Did you know that?
No?
Yeah, apparently you can get it off your dog.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, and the dark thing is I'm in Luton, but Luton's been kept at Tier 2, and yet Priti Patel or whatever, they had them on police on motorbikes in March, actually with truncheons whacking us on the street. I was saying, go home, don't you dare talk to each other on the street. Yeah. Oh, we had it was like something out of a film. They swamped down on motorbikes, the police, and said, you out, and they're just telling us to get off the streets now. Go home. Go home.
Did it sound a bit like this?
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Was it like that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Well, why are we not Tier 3? Okay, so Luton's got the worst coronavirus hit, I think, in the whole of the East. We're number 1, right? But we're still at 2, which is fine for me. We can go to the pub, as long as we have a substantial meal, not just 2 bags of crisps. But then we go to Ilkley, and we're on. Well, there's actually 0 corona, and they put it in level 3. So everyone's cancelled because they're saying, because the elderly are saying, oh no, fear, 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 they're frightened, they're going to get killed.
Yes, well, explain London to me. I mean, London has had no dropping in the coronavirus rate in the last 2 weeks, unlike Liverpool and Manchester, for instance, and London gets away with a tier 2. It, coincidentally, is also the place where ministers live. I don't know whether that has anything to do with it, but I would expect that it does.
Yeah, almost certainly, but yeah, can't Boris do something about these train companies? I mean, he must have realised that people are going to be opportunists and make the train prices unaffordable. I would hope he would have thought that.
Yeah, but that happens every Easter, every Christmas, every holiday. The prices of everything go sky high. I mean, that's just, I was going to say it's basic economics, but actually it's not. It's basic greed is what that is. Thanks a lot for alerting us to that issue, John.
Hello. Number, please. Trying to connect you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting, Chris. It was beyond my control. You are in Colchester, but then you know that.
Yeah. Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, I just think now we sort of know lockdowns don't work, and Boris Johnson was basically lying yesterday when he said that the mass testing was what brought down the rates in Liverpool because they were already going down before the lockdown. Why are we still doing this? Why is anyone still pretending these restrictions? I mean, the tier system, you could probably argue parts of that work, but the lockdowns do not work. So I just don't get why we're living under this threat all the time.
Well, what evidence are you citing to suggest that lockdowns don't work?
Well, take Peru, for example, that had one of the harshest lockdowns in the world, and they had one of the worst death rates in the world. Japan never locked down, and they've had under 2,000 deaths, I think, still. There's just no evidence to suggest they work. I mean, if the first lockdown worked, why did we need another one? And if it didn't work, why are we doing another one? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, that's a good point. If it works so well, why do we need to do it again? Yeah, the confirmed death rates per million, this is in total, go from worst to best. Belgium is the worst. Peru is the second worst. Then Spain, then Italy, then the United Kingdom, and all of those places, as you describe, had very serious lockdowns. And yet they did really abysmally badly.
Yeah, and I just think that we're not, people talk about Sweden. They always mention Sweden and say they didn't lock down, but they didn't do very well with deaths. And, admittedly, they didn't look after their care homes well enough. That's where they had like 48% of their deaths. But they're not going to have the lockdown deaths, are they, that we've had? I think there's going to be a backlog of lockdown deaths maybe for a year or two, missed cancer treatment appointments and heart disease, suicides. Will they be counted? There's such a big toll that's not being counted, and I just think it's the damage we're doing is unprecedented. And
there's that word again, unprecedented. That is the word of the year, unprecedented. I've heard it so many times. Yes, they do talk about Sweden. I've mentioned Sweden a lot. Now, they haven't got away scot-free, but they've done a hell of a lot better than we have, and better than France and Brazil and the US and here, there and everywhere, baby.
Yeah, I went there actually earlier in the year, and it kind of reminded me of what we've lost. Just being able to live life half normally. And I think if most people had been to, if they went there for a week earlier in the year, they would kind of understand. I don't think when freedoms are being taken away gradually, you don't really realise what you've got, because it doesn't really occur to you until you see it. And I just can't believe what we've done this year, and people have accepted it. So,
well, it's more than that. People have not just accepted it; they've clutched it warmly to their chests and demanded more. They want more punishment. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
I know. You're right, Nick.
But people talk about this as though it's over, as though we can count up the deaths and the infection rate and so on, as though this is the end of it. But it isn't. This is it might be the end of the beginning, but it's not the beginning of the end. This is going to go on for decades.
Well, I mean, Peter Hitchens has been warning. I've been listening to all year, and he's been spot on. But what he's been saying all year is about the financial, the implications of the finance. And Rishi Sunak even said that. Rishi Sunak said that yesterday, that it's it's only just begun, the financial emergency.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen that yet because everybody's been propped up by Rishi dishing out the cash.
Yeah, and it's not. That's the thing, though. It's not his money to give out. We're going to pay for that, and that's going to have an effect on the NHS. You know, they can put those propaganda slogans saying "Save the NHS," but they're actually destroying it, and they're destroying the economy. They're destroying businesses. And what do pubs do if they can't serve food? What does a substantial meal mean? It's so ridiculous.
I'm unsure what that actually has to do with anything. I mean, if you can sit down at a table and order a drink, then what difference does it make whether you eat or not?
Exactly.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. Be alert. Be vigilant. Stay safe. Yvonne says, what a mess it all is. We should do what Australia did, a curfew at 8 p.m. right across the board until 6. And for a month. What? We should do what Australia did, a curfew at 8 p.m. right across the board until 6. 8 till 6. And perhaps for 6 a.m. Yes, editing required.
Sorry.
I accept your apology. 8 p.m. till 6 a.m. A curfew. Well, they are now clear, says Yvonne. Is that true? Yeah, but Australia is it's like New Zealand. You can't really compare anywhere else. I mean, you'd have to leave the planets to get further away from anywhere. Australia, New Zealand, they're in the middle of nowhere. Where even are they? Nobody knows. And they're giant islands with absolutely zero in the middle. So they're a special circumstance. Ian in Plymouth says, opening places of worship is a win-win for the government. They look kind by allowing them to open, and it's safe because nobody goes to church anymore. Well, that's true, yeah. No one goes to church anymore. Apart from at Christmas, when it's not a religious thing, it's just an amusement. They go to church to be amused. It's like a fairground ride, a very, very slow and dull fairground ride.
Boring!
That's why people go to church at Christmas, not because they are religious or that they live their way in a manner befitting Jesus. It's so that they can, go somewhere nice with the candles, and it's lovely. That's why they go to church at Christmas. Unless that's a controversial thing to say, in which case I withdraw it. Worcester. Hello, Dave.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Dave.
They certainly opened the checkbook for the people that have made a fortune from this pandemic from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Today, thousands of people now tonight will be concerned, worried about their jobs because of a man that controls high street shops who lives on an island. I don't know what island he lives on, but he lives on an island, so whatever rules that we abide by don't obviously apply to is it Sir Philip Green? Now, therein lies insight into our system and who is running our system and who decides.
Warning!
This sounds like tin foil hat conspiracy nonsense.
Well, go with facts. I try to go with facts.
Oh, facts. No one's remotely interested in facts anymore.
Well, thousands of people's jobs are in the hands of a man that lives on an island, like some kind of Bond film. And
he doesn't live on an island. What are you talking about?
Well, he's on an island now. He's on holiday.
Well, everyone's on an island.
Anyway, and also Rishi Sunak, the boy wonder, the new swivel-eyed leader that will take over, the darling of the of the media.
People only love him because he's giving money away. That's why people love him.
Another example of where angels' wages are decided by this man. When I talk about
angels, what are you talking about? Nurses.
Right? These people that we couldn't do without angels. What kind of sick society is where Rishi Sunak decides their wages? I mean, come on, people, get rid of
who should decide their wages?
Well, this system is certainly not a hedge fund
who then?
Bank. Huh?
Who?
Well, it's quite simple, really. We've got to think outside of their corrupt box, and we've got to have a society that's run by the people that actually do the work.
Oh, that sounds like socialism to me, Dave. And the country thought about that for a while and thought, no thanks, they thought. No thanks, we'd rather play the lottery. That's essentially what they thought. What, spread the wealth around a bit? Well, share it fairly, but don't take a slice of my pie.
Rock and roll!
That's what we thought. No, we'd rather buy a lottery ticket and just cross our fingers and hope that we'll become a millionaire, rather than spread the wealth about a bit, rather than have increase in our taxes in order to get better services, in order to live a bit more Swedishly, or Dutchly, or Finishly. All those perfect Scandi countries that tax their citizens a bit more, but then provide for those same citizens, leading to a happier population. They actually wake up laughing in Scandinavia. That's a fact. But no, we don't want to do that because we've been persuaded that low taxes are best for us, the little people. The poor among society have been persuaded that low taxes are good for us. But of course they're not. They're good for rich people. And rich people control the media. And the media is constantly browbeating you to believe that low taxes are best for you. But they're not. They're best for millionaires. I mean, if you pay 1% more on your paltry earnings, then it doesn't really make any difference. But if somebody who earns £1 million a year is to charge, let's say, 10% more, then that's a boatload, 100 grand. They will miss that, sure enough. But if you're earning 20 grand a year, then it really won't make no difference at all. You'll still be poor. So, yes, what that bloke was sort of coming around to was more or less right. It's if he just took out the conspiracy nonsense, then he'd be completely correct in every respect. Yvonne says, oh no, I've read that, something about Australia. Rory says, Japan didn't need a lockdown because there was an existing culture of mask wearing, and because of previous epidemics they had test and trace systems ready to go. And the reason we needed a second lockdown is because infections were rising again after the first one was lifted. Yeah, and you know what? The infections will rise again after the second one is lifted. Unless Boris Johnson's right and we have a world-beating contact tracing system.
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it.
Thank you for holding. Your call's important to us.
Yes, here is the inside scoop from Australia in Melbourne. Aaron.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I just thought I'd give you our local perspective. Back in July, we had daily numbers similar to those being experienced in the UK, about 700 cases a day. That's the point we went into a pretty severe lockdown, which lasted for a number of months, including the curfew, which you just mentioned, which meant we couldn't leave our homes after 8 p.m. at night or before 6 a.m. in the morning. We also couldn't travel more than 5 kilometres from our homes, or that's 3 miles in your language. And we've just had our 29th day of 0 cases, and we have no active cases left in our state.
Wow. And how did people take to that lockdown then?
Before the lockdown, there was a lot of very upset people. During the lockdown, there were even more upset people. But I have to say that after a month of no cases, there's not many people who would go back and change what we did.
And so, how is it policed?
It was policed quite stringently. So we also had mandatory mask wearing. So you'd be fined $200 if you were caught not wearing a mask. You were fined $1,600 if you were caught out and about after lockdown. We had other restrictions as well. We couldn't leave the metropolitan area of Melbourne even when the distance restriction came in. You would be fined $5,000, and there were literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fines issued. So the policing was quite stringent, and that was the actual rationale for the lockdown and for the for the curfew and for the travel restriction, because it made it easier to enforce compliance.
And did you have testing and tracing and all that jazz?
We had very high rates of testing, and we still do. So we still are testing between 10 and 20,000 people a day in Melbourne, even though we have no cases. Contact tracing is very good now, but I think it was a bit lackluster in the beginning, which necessitated the lockdown to get it under control.
What about people coming in and out of the country?
Well, the reality is that if you wanted to come on holiday to Australia at the moment, you wouldn't be allowed. The only people allowed to come to Australia are citizens and returning permanent residents. And when you arrive in Australia, you're forced into 2 weeks of mandatory quarantine, which is controlled by the government.
And how popular is the government?
Well, it's been a very state-based approach, and I'd say the state-based governments are now very popular for having enforced and brought it under control. But I think that has changed from when it was slightly out of control compared to when it is under control. So I think people were very anti-lockdown before and during, but I think everybody's pro the measures now, having seen the other side and having seen that they did work.
And you say you haven't seen any new cases in a while. Do you mean just in Melbourne or in the country as a whole?
In Melbourne, so we're 29 days with no new cases, or in Melbourne, and we have no active cases. The rest of the country has the occasional one, which is 90% of the time it's an arrival who was in hotel quarantine, but there's very, very little community transmission. It's in the single-digit cases per day, if at all, around the entire country.
And can you go out and just loon about and do your ordinary business now?
So in Melbourne, where the restrictions are still the most stringent in Australia, we now have freedom of movement as we used to have. Hotel pubs and restaurants are open. They have some restrictions in terms of capacity. So one person per 4 square metres is enforced. They have to have QR codes or some method of recording customers, so that in the event there is a case, contact tracing can kick in and go and find all of those people and test them and test their close contacts and quarantine their close contacts. So that exists. We have, I think the current restriction is 10 in our house, but that's changing again soon. So each fortnight we have a slight relaxation of the rules that are in place based on continuing good news in terms of cases.
And when you were in lockdown, when you couldn't go out after 8 o'clock, before that, Could you go to the shops? Could you go to the gym, cinemas, that kind of thing?
So in Melbourne, you were allowed to exercise for 1 hour per day. And you could do that with people from your household or one other person you could exercise with.
But is that
the shops,
outside or inside?
Outside only.
Right.
Yeah, outside only. So gyms and pools and all of those things were shut. All retail was shut. Supermarkets were open, but only one person from your house was allowed to go to the supermarket per day.
Right. Well, I think that's now we have detailed files.
You do.
And you're way ahead of us.
It worked, and we weren't happy at the beginning, but we're happy after.
Right.
I think that's the summation.
Happier. And
Happier.
How's the economy?
Well, I think the message here was always you can't fix the economic crisis until you fix the health crisis, and that seems to be true because we've had massive job creation over the last month. Shops are busy, restaurants are busy, the numbers are looking pretty good, and because people are confident to go out. So I think it changes the attitudes of people about their willingness to go out and mingle when they know that the health crisis is over. And things feel more normal than they did even when there were sort of bubbling cases. So I think it definitely helps, and I think the numbers around the world are reflecting that too.
See, this is not how British people think of themselves, because what we're faced with now is the competence of the Australian government is shaming us, and I'm sorry, but that's just embarrassing.
Well, I think the reality, though, is it's always things always look rosy after the event. There was a lot of discontent during the process, and it's probably fair to say that there were disagreements between the federal government and the state government. It was very much a state government-driven process in Australia, and there was infighting between those levels of government, where the federal government wanted states to open up more, even to the point. So Australia is a federation, right? And we've had states closed off to each other for months. And in fact, as a Victorian, we've only been able to travel to New South Wales since the beginning of this week for the first time in months. We still can't travel to Queensland. That will happen in another couple of weeks. So states have effectively, everybody's shut down and has become quite isolated, and because each state wanted to control their own cases. And but the reality is, each state premier, as we call them in Australia, has enjoyed massive popularity as a result of closing the borders.
Right. And just finally, Aaron, what is the weather like there in Melbourne?
You'll be glad to know that I've just returned from the beach, and it's about 22 degrees Celsius at the moment.
Yeah. Well, thank you, but we don't wish to know that.
No, I'm sure you don't.
Cheers, Aaron. Well, now we know. We know a lot more than we did before. It is educational, this show, isn't it?
No.
Well, every now and again. Just occasionally. I've just been looking up the statistics. See, it's all very well for Australia to seal itself off from the rest of the world, but that is not an option in this country, because we depend on tourism. You know, in 5 years' time, if it hadn't been for all this, the invisible menace, it was expected that we would have had a tourism industry worth £257 billion a year. 257 billion. It would have made up just 10% of our economy. 10%. It would have provided for about 11% of the total number of jobs that we have in this country. Isn't that incredible? That would have been in 5 years' time, had it not been for the invisible menace. Now, well, I don't know, we're screwed now, but that was the plan, or that was the prediction. 40 million people come to this country every year. They come over here and bring all sorts of ick and a disease with them. We got plenty of that here. Thanks very much. But it's impossible to close this country off from the rest of the world, because people come to this country to go to other places in the rest of the world. Of course, that might not happen so much anymore after, we exit the EU. But people might go to Paris to switch to go to some other European destination. And while we might not think that that's a bad idea, we will miss them when they're gone, because they're going to take their money with them, honey. Let's have a call in Brentwood. David.
Yeah, hi. I was listening to a chat from I think it's from Melbourne, wasn't it? I'm not sure that really affects us too much. I mean, we're talking about a massive, it's a continent, Australia, isn't it? I mean, we've, urban, very, large numbers of people in very small areas which is, anyway, I don't think it's that relevant to what's happening here.
Well, a little bit. I mean, Melbourne is, I don't know exactly how many people live in Melbourne, so I'll make it up. 1 million people live in Melbourne. It's much the same as Birmingham, I would imagine. So you could say Melbourne is free, as Birmingham could be if they had only done what Melbourne had done. But you're quite right. It's difficult to seal off urban areas in a place as relatively jam-packed as we are.
Yeah, but anyway, I was going to refer to lockdown restrictions for London because, I have a social club and we generally have a sort of meet up over Christmas for drinks and just working out how we could do it. It seems as though it's really got to be done before December the 16th when they review the tier restrictions, which means, Hancock was saying it could put London in tier 3.
Oh, my God.
But as it stands, seems as though you can, a group of 6, go for go to a public house in London, as long as you order a substantial meal. Not sure that you have to order 6 substantial meals. I mean, presumably you could order 2 to share.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think the publican would be upset.
Well, I don't know. I mean, as long as you order enough drinks. The thing is, nobody's going to touch the meal because the rules are, once the meal is finished, you have to leave.
Well, that's true, yeah. That's so bizarre, yeah. Isn't it, really?
So the meal is just going to sit there while you order drinks around that, and the last orders are at 10.
Don't order anything hot, only cold food, because it will sit there and people will pick at it.
Yes. Well, no, they'll be told not to pick at it because we don't want to finish it, otherwise
well, that's right, yeah. They'll start serving, like, plastic food, you know, that food that's been plasticised, just so it can sit there forever. And they can just wash it, stick it through the dishwasher, and then put it in the middle of a table for the next people.
Well, I mean, I think some chap, Republican, is going to... I mean, he says he can't... There's no point in cooking. He can sort of... I don't know, microwave scampi and chips at £3, which is what he's going to do, which makes sense, because basically they don't make that much on the food. It's the beer, isn't it, or the drinks, you know, the mixes, everything that goes with it.
That's right. Restaurants don't make much money on food. It's coffee and wine where they really coin it in. That's where they make the money.
Yeah, so I think the idea is we have to book it in before December the 16th, and then, you know, order a couple of substantial meals and make sure we get about 10 rounds of drinks at the same time.
Yeah, I see. If I was planning on going out, and I'm not, but if I was, then I think I would wait till after Christmas, because restaurants and pubs are going to be in the doldrums after Christmas. I think there's going to be a mad rush now, because they've got pent-up demand, and people, and you know, Christmas ordinarily people go berserk, but in January and February that's normally really, really dire months for the hospitality.
NHS, but none of these hospitals they set up are. I mean, if they really were concerned about the NHS, but any of these, I forget what they were called now. The hospitals set up the
Nightingales.
Nightingale hospitals, yeah. I mean, none of them are operational.
No.
So,
well, there's a very good reason for that. It's because under 10 years of the Labour government over the last decade, under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn... Oh, no, wait a minute, that's right. It was the Tories, wasn't it? The number of beds is among the worst in Europe. The number of nurses per head of population is about the worst in Europe. The number of doctors... GP's availability is about the worst in Europe. Consultants is about the worst in Europe. Protect the NHS. It's a bit late for that.
Well, okay, I'll probably walk into that, But anyway, despite that, I just think, you know, I mean, it just doesn't... I mean, it just beggars belief that, you know, we're just being fed, you know, data which is incorrect. I mean, if the NHS was being overwhelmed... Surely to God, you know, they'd have all these hospitals on standby, wouldn't they?
Yes, I think the numbers are that there are fewer people in emergency beds in hospital this year than is the average over 5 years. So their hospitals are actually emptier than normal.
Absolutely, yes.
Not all of them, perhaps, but the ones that I have knowledge of. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, David. Yeah, did you hear? Drinkers must leave pubs or restaurants as soon as they've eaten their meal. This is the latest diktat from Downing Street. As soon as you finish your meal, you've got to get up and leave.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Tier 2 diners in England cannot linger or order more booze after their food is finished and will be expected to go even if they've got more drink left on the table. Landlords will be expected to ask their customers to leave or face hefty fines for breaching the government's strict coronavirus legislation. This rule will further enrage the hospitality trade, who already believe that pubs, bars and eateries are being unfairly blamed for the spread of coronavirus. Yeah, they are being unfairly blamed for the spread of the coronavirus. All the money that they put into making it COVID safe. You know, these plastic screens they had, and they took out half their tables and chairs, and they reduced their sittings from 2 in the evening to 1, and all of the rest of that stuff. They spent boatloads of money trying to keep their businesses afloat, and the government seems to be using them as target practice? What can we aim at them now? 5% of COVID-19 cases have been transmitted in the hospitality industry in the UK. 5%. 5. I think gyms are even less dangerous, according to these stats, than restaurants. You really want to get it, go to a supermarket. You really want to get it, go to a university. When asked how long drinkers can stay in the pub after purchasing a substantial meal, the Prime Minister's spokesman today said, we've been clear. Well, good one. We've been clear that in Tier 2, I believe, that you need to have a substantial meal if ordering any alcohol, and it remains the case that the guidance says that once the meal is finished, it is at that point that you have to leave. When you finish your food, well, the best of luck with that. I mean, you order a bottle of wine, you finish half of it before they give you your starter, which is deliberate, by the way. They want you to finish at least a half a bottle of wine, which is why they're all hovering over you all the time. As soon as you've had a sip, they're there ready to pour it again. That just drives me up the wall. I say, leave it, I'll do it. And the message gets through to the person you just told, but not to anybody else who's working in that restaurant. They all, and if that person isn't hovering, then somebody else is. And they keep doing it because you don't know how much you've drunk. It makes you drink faster. That's why they keep topping up your glass. And so, it's a conspiracy which makes you finish off the bottle first. I mean, quickly. You finish half of it before they give you your soup, and then you polish off the rest while waiting for the main course. And then the main course arrives and you ain't got no wine no more. Your glass is empty. And so you order another one. And, of course, because you're not drunk, you can't finish an entire bottle while you're eating your main course. So you finish your main course and you want to have a bit of a relax afterwards. And you've got half a bottle left, but at that point the landlord comes over and says, right, that's it. You finished your food, you've got to leave now. And you can't take what's left of the wine with you because that requires an off license, and you're eating in a place with an on license. So they're going to push you out the door, and the 20 quid bottle of wine is sitting there on the table half drunk. God, there's absolutely no way that's going to happen. I mean, it's like they're trying to destroy the restaurant trade. Or they're trying to infantilize us to the point that we ask them permission to do anything. And like I said, remember, when a freedom is given up, under the excuse of an emergency, a government is loath to give that freedom back. I mean, if you think that for the longest time they've been trying to make us behave better over booze, been trying to get us to drink less, then this would be a good way of doing it, wouldn't it? I mean, drunkenness costs the NHS about £3.5 billion a year. And if you can't drink in a pub without ordering a big meal, and you can't order a second bottle of wine in a restaurant because you won't be allowed to finish it, then we'll all drink less. We'll become less aggressive, more compliant. I mean, I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but changing our relationship with drink is something that the government's been trying for ages, with little success. But this would be the ideal opportunity to make us more French, wouldn't it? It's the perfect excuse to get us to grow up and introduce the microchip that will be injected in us under the guise of a vaccine so we can be controlled like robots by Bill Gates.
Affirmative.
I read it on the internet. It makes so much sense.
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Yeah, I still feel weird having had... I took a sip of water at about 10 o'clock just before I was going to do my very important talk-up, and it went up the wrong way, or down the wrong way, up and down and around and around, and I still feel weird. When you take a sip of water and it goes down the wrong way, can it actually coat the back of your eyeballs? Because my eyes feel funny. Hello? It feels as though I've just got... It can't possibly enter your skull and coat your brain, can it? That's impossible. That's probably a medical fact. But maybe it can wash the back of your eyeballs. I feel like I need to be drained. Pat says, welcome to the result of 10 years of Tory austerity. If we had 29 ICU beds per 100,000 people like Germany, as opposed to our 6, and we hadn't cut 15,000 nurses and 10,000 beds, the NHS would be nowhere near capacity, and we could all be in Tier 1 right now with everything open, says Pat. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Save the NHS, my eye. They've been... Successive governments have been underfunding the NHS with the disastrous consequences. In fact, it's worse than that. Hang on a minute, I've got detailed files. I'll have to take a call because it actually is worse than that. And it's specifically the fault of Boris Johnson and Theresa May. You remember Theresa May, don't you? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. And by it, I mean her. That's her. Kick your comedy clown shoes off, Mrs. May. Put your feet up. Relax. You deserve it. But here, meanwhile, is a call in Stockton-on-Tees, and it is a person called Brian. Brian.
Yeah, there. All right, Nick. You're right hypochondriac, you.
Who, me?
I thought you were, and you continued it tonight. You had the virus,
yes.
Thing. You know.
What was that?
You got a bit of dust in your throat. It was that dust story you told.
Oh.
You're half dying and
terrible.
And then you the place where you do your show there, where the fume things, the infected things, and you were smelling that for a fortnight, weren't you?
Yes.
You're a hypochondriac.
No, I'm not. I would be a hypochondriac if none of these things were actually happening to me, but they are all happening to me.
Stop whining. Yeah, stop whining. Yeah, but you overblow them all the time, don't you? That's
no, it's not overblown. I'm just telling you the facts.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
That's all. Just the facts, ma'am.
Yeah, but we're getting sick now, aren't we, about talking about this virus, aren't we?
Oh,
it's on every bit of news, the radio,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just going round in circles, isn't it? The only way we're going to stop it now is
Brexit.
Get this vaccine out as soon as possible, isn't it?
Right.
As many as you can.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way you're going to stop this madness now, isn't it? It's all become political.
Well, the madness will not stop because we're looking at the worst economic catastrophe in the history of money. It's going to go on for
it's not just
decades.
That, though, Nick. But it's not just that, is it? We've got sage experts. The only thing they seem bothered about is that there's not coronavirus on the death certificate. They're not bothered about the other ones. Supposed to be experts, Nick. Do you understand? That's all about going in the backs, and it's all become political. And the government, Conservative government, are backing them because if they get more deaths, you can't win with this, can you? In a way, if you're in government, because if there'd been 100,000 deaths now, they'd be shouting to get them out of the office, wouldn't they? So the sooner you get this over, the all good of the country, the better, isn't it? And, it's been a terrible year, hasn't it?
Abysmal. 2020, it seems so full of...
indecisiveness. Indecisiveness.
At the beginning of the year, it seemed so full of possibilities, all of which were positive. 2020, 20 is a very positive number. And to have two of them in a row, wow, it seemed like, what could possibly go wrong? Well, everything.
At the very start of this virus, there was no decisiveness, was there? At first, it looked as though they're going to have the herd mentality, wasn't it, at first?
Well, there was no decisiveness because we against our own best interests, voted for a comedy clown off the telly.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
On this case, he had no choice.
Oh,
that idiot come out, didn't he, Ferguson, the sage bloke? And he blurted out 500,000 deaths, right? So straight away, but feeding the country, they've done all the way through it, Sage, right? So he had no choice, lock the country down. You have no...
Well, I disagree. You can be guided by science. There is no such thing as the science. There is science opinion. And you can, as a politician, you can select which scientific opinion you adhere to. and how quickly you do that. And Boris Johnson failed
when he blurted that out, though,
at every fence.
When he blurted that out, he was left with no choice. Any government,
I
Labour,
disagrey.
Liberal...
Well, all you had to do was to look at other countries with better results.
Yeah, right. We'll even say now, right, say we hadn't done what they said at first, right? He hadn't done that. He went herd mentality.
Mm-hmm.
You know, be as safe as you can, wash your hands, distance, and all the things we're doing. And in your situation...
It would probably been not as bad as it is now. I mean, the economy would have tanked to the point that it is now.
I think it would have been double.
Well, you're just making it up. You've got no idea what you're talking about. I think it would have been double. What do you know?
Do you see the programme the other night, 2 nights ago, about the Spanish flu 1918?
I certainly did not. No, I watched television to be entertained, not to be bathed in misery.
It was very interesting, actually.
Oh, yes.
It happened roughly 100 years ago, right? And the thing between 50 million and probably 100 million died of it. I mean, that is serious, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And what we're going through at the moment is not serious compared to that. Now, just coming around the corner is, I would imagine, and so does Anthony Fauci, that bespectacled guy that stands behind Donald Trump holding his head in his hands as Donald Trump talks about injecting bleach and light into the body. That bloke, he said that we are now in the era of the pandemic, implying that another one is just around the corner.
The thing is, another one does come along, similar to this. We won't do what we've done this time.
I bet we will.
We won't. We won't do it again, because they're not handle it better. The hospitals, everything, right? You're going to have, and for me, you will never... I don't think we'll lock down ever again now. We will not lock... You're saying this tier system is need enough locking down?
Nonsense. Of course we will lock down. We'll do the exact same blooming thing wrong that we did last time around. That is human nature. We will continue to make our same mistakes over and over again.
It can only be attributable to human error.
Human error. We are destined to repeat our errors. What?
I think actually the review of this, what he's done with the tiers even just now, it's going to get reviewed, and I think he'll start easing off on this tier thing as well, because they're going overboard with that as well. And for me, the country and even politicians are saying, you can't keep doing this. A lot of politicians now, and I think he's going to... there's 2/3 of the country on tier 3, isn't there? Is it 2/3?
I don't know. Way too many. It doesn't make no sense. London is not in tier 3, which has a worse infection rate than places that are put in tier 3. That doesn't make no... Apart from the fact, of course, that ministers live in London and they'd rather not be under those more severe restrictions.
But next year, right, hopefully they get this right action out quick. Hopefully 2 months, 3 months of next year, we've seen the back end of it. We've got Brexit done and finished with.
Oh, my God.
And no, but it's two things that are holding us. All we're doing is talking about the virus and going to be Brexit soon after more than 4.5 years. And
yeah, but you talk about it as though once we get past this, then there's only sunny uplands. Once we get past this, we'll have the worst recession in the history of anything.
Brexit, we have to change, don't we? We've voted. We have to change. We have to see what it's going to be like out the EU. And we get over this virus as well. And hopefully, after 3 or 4 months of next year, we start seeing that sunny upland and whatever. We've got to be positive.
You are dreaming. You remember what it was like in the 1970s, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, abysmal. It's going to be like that. There's going to be rubbish piled up in the streets.
Life is what you make it, Nick, all round. In the end, life is what you make it. Isn't it?
God, I feel like bursting into song. Life is what you make it. Wasn't that talk?
Of course it is. Look, you can be skint and be happy. You can be a millionaire and be sad. It's what you make of your life in the end.
And if that's my options, I'll be a millionaire.
And and you keep wondering, it's only luck if you do well in the world. It's not only luck. It's how much you want to get on in life.
No, it's mostly luck. It's mostly luck, is what it is.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Well, whether you agree with it or not is neither here nor there.
Well, Well, all right then. I'm working class, right? But my brothers and sisters, right? Their daughters and their kids, they've got big houses, £300,000 houses, 2 cars. They've gone holidays. They've improved themselves. As working class have went on, a lot of them now are middle class. They're not paddling off.
But they don't call me. They don't have the benefit of chatting to me. So there you are. You see, you win.
But what I'm saying is, but it's a truth, Ned. And the thing is, they're fairly well off. I mean, you only come out from working class families. It's what you make.
Yeah,
if you want to get on, you
but they're not necessarily happy though. What about that HAPPY nurse? See,
you keep calling this country about lack of opportunities. This country has the most opportunities for any population.
Rubbish.
If you want to get on, you can.
Nonsense.
That's why foreigners come here, Nick. That's why foreigners come here.
Yeah, from third world countries, not from first world countries. You know, nobody comes here from a first world country in order to make it. They make it at home. You come here from a third world country to make it. Anyway, Brian, it's been a delight, as you know, often, as it often isn't.
Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
Just the way he acts. This text says, Tier 3, get real. West Yorkshire's been in lockdown forever, and the South get away with Tier 2. Are the North going to be prioritised for the vaccine? I think not. Bradford is supposed to have access to mass testing, but unless you have symptoms, you can't get a test. It's just weird, isn't it? I mean, the whole point about a test and trace, surely, is that you don't know you've got it, so you pass it on. Isn't that when you are most likely to pass it on, when you don't know you've got it? I mean, if you're coughing and wheezing and you've got a temperature of 110, then it is quite likely that you've got it, isn't it? And then, you don't go French kissing strangers. The whole point of it is to alert people when they don't know they've got it. God. Do we learn nothing?
No.
Let's have a call in Sydney. Belle. My Belle.
Hi.
Hello, Belle.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
It's another call from Australia, although
yes.
I know some of your listeners think it might not be relevant, but we are doing pretty well here in Sydney, actually. I should actually tell you first that we have a high of 38 degrees expected today.
Yes, well, we don't wish to know that, Belle.
Yeah, so I heard our Melburnian friends not long ago talk about the situation in Victoria. We've had quite a different situation here in Sydney, where we didn't actually really get the second wave, and we feel incredibly lucky not to have, of course. So we didn't really ever go into a second lockdown and have been enjoying some description of freedom for quite a while now, although we can't, of course, cross borders, as he described, or leave the country. And you might be able to tell that I'm not an Australian citizen or Australian-born national, so I can't come home to the UK because I wouldn't be able to return. So that's a bit difficult.
You wouldn't be able to... you wouldn't be able to go back to Australia?
Yeah, I'd be locked out.
Yeah,
so
we actually locked out?
Yes, because you can only enter if you've got an Australian passport or if you're a permanent resident.
Oh, wow.
So,
right, I did not know that. So, there's no tourism at all?
No, and I think that we also rely on tourism quite heavily here. Where I work is kind of around the Sydney Opera House area, and although it looks very picturesque on pictures, it's quite often ruined by the sign of a huge cruise ship that's there.
Yeah.
So there's none of that anymore. There's usually a huge amount of actually young Brits that come along to work out on the farms and pick fruits, and we don't have any of that anymore. So it's actually quite an effect on the economy at large in terms of people being able to enter the country.
Right. So when Melbourne had a really strong and quite long but very strict lockdown, Sydney didn't at all. Is that right?
No, we didn't. I think we were kind of living in fear that it would spill across, but we were lucky that we managed to avoid it. And of course, they closed that border down, so there wasn't any way for it to after a certain amount of time. But yeah, we kind of just looked on in sadness, really, because they really felt the effects of it whilst life here was relatively normal.
Yeah, so why is that then? Why did Sydney get away with it?
It's hard to say. I don't know. I know there were a few stories of how it kind of reoccurred in Melbourne to do with certain security guards in the hotel quarantines they had there, perhaps having some, interactions with people that were quarantined there.
Interactions?
Interactions.
Really?
Yes. And perhaps we didn't have any of that.
They had Australian relations, yes.
That's correct. Yeah, so we managed to avoid that, and I think we've been kind of enjoying life from the other side. So
you know, I'm reading in the New Zealand Herald. This was a story in October. It says, at the beginning of the week, it seemed that Australia's coronavirus nightmare was slowly coming to an end. Victoria's cases, now Victoria is where Melbourne is, right?
That's right.
Okay, Victoria's cases continued to drop, even to single figures. And New South Wales, that's where Sydney is.
Yes.
Their 12-day streak of no local transmission looked as if it would continue indefinitely, raising the prospect of the nation's state borders finally reopening. So that, up to that point, looked great. But that brief respite from the global pandemic came to an end on Wednesday in middle of October, when New South Wales recorded 3 new coronavirus cases, sparking a warning from the state's chief health officer, Dr. Kerry Chant, that more local cases would undoubtedly come to light. So Australians are freaking out about 3 cases. I mean, that just seems so comical to us Brits here, which are up to our eyeballs in cases.
I know, it's honestly madness. And over in South Australia, which is where Adelaide is, they went back into lockdown recently because they had a few cases, and they called it a cluster, whereas I think it was less than 10. And it turned out that a man had kind of lied about not working at a restaurant, and they thought, oh, this is now becoming widespread, so they all went into lockdown. He was then found to be lying, and then they kind of cancelled the lockdown and realised, okay, maybe we can calm down here. So, to be honest, I think the reason why we've been successful here is the government just, as soon as they see a number, they implement a policy. And the last trip I took back in March time, I remember landing back into Sydney Airport, and as soon as, you hit the tarmac, everyone turns their phones on, we just hear ding, 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 ding around the aircraft, and they just said they're announcing lockdown from this evening. And it's just, they turn things around that quickly, whereas it seems back in the UK, perhaps they say, oh, we're going to do this on Thursday, so people probably rush around and get their last-minute freedom whilst they can, which, of course, doesn't help the situation.
Of course not. Yeah,
that would be my advice.
Blooming obvious. Well, precisely, yes. So how are our travails regarded in Australia, then?
Oh, I think it's sad to watch. It's very sad, and I think although we're enjoying kind of life as it might be beyond the worst of it, it's difficult to see people back home. I mean, particularly for me, my family are there, my friends are there, and I know a lot of people that have been affected in quite serious ways. So it's really difficult to see, and I just hope that the government can find a way to sort it out that doesn't affect people's livelihoods too much. And I just worry about Christmas, because I'm sure it would be, can't really be the same.
Yeah, well, of course, having a Barbie on the beach at Christmas is not really the same, is it?
Oh, that's true.
Does it ever get
tinsel on palm trees?
Yeah,
is a little strange.
Yeah, does it ever not feel weird for it to be hot at Christmas?
It is weird. It doesn't make sense. And you sing the songs, and it's sort of let it snow, but it's 40 degrees outside.
Yes. All right. Nice to talk to you. Thanks a lot, Belle. Cheers, Minnie. Ta-ra. 0345 6060 973. That call from Belle came in clear as a bell. I betcha it was a landline. I bet it was. It was like she was in the room. Pat says, welcome to the result of 10 years of no, I read that. James says, we are living in a Monty Python sketch. Yeah. I think it's the Gumbies. I think that we're living in the Gumbies sketch.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
See? Or the upper class twit of the year, perhaps.
I don't know anything.
Yeah, that's actually probably more accurate. We're living in the upper class twit of the year sketch.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Richard tweets, Australia, take a closer look at... Australia, take a look closer to home. The Isle of Man has been COVID-free for a few months, says Richard. No social distancing, no restrictions. The only thing that is still restricted is our borders that are closed to non-residents. Anyone that travels back has to quarantine. The Isle of Man. Yeah, well, that's very interesting, apart from it being the Isle of Man.
Boring!
Couldn't be more dull. I'd rather catch a disease. Yes. And I really mean that. Oxshot. Dean.
Hello.
Yes, Dean.
Hello. What lockdown? There's no lockdown.
Huh?
There's no lockdown. I'm driving to work, and there's no lockdown.
Well, the roads, you're right enough, the roads are packed. Where is everybody going? Everything's shut.
Exactly. The A3 that goes from Roehampton to Portsmouth is chock-a-block.
Yeah. Yeah, as is the M25. The M25 is totally busy. I don't know where people are going. Where's everybody going?
Where are they going?
Do you know where you're going to? Okay, stop singing.
It's not like the first one.
No, it most definitely is not. No.
To me, there's no lockdown.
No, the first one was like living in a sci-fi film, particularly as you got closer and closer to the centre of London. Now, it's a bit quiet now, but it wasn't like it was the first time round, because the first time round was properly weird. I mean, I do remember, I've said this many times on the air, that I stopped to go to one of the corner shops, because they were the only places that actually had toilet roll. You know, toilet roll was cleaned out at Tesco's and Sainsbury's. They didn't have any at all. But you could find it in your local corner store. And some of them around these parts, not in the exact centre of town, but just a little bit out, they were open 24 hours a day, as they normally are. And I can remember pulling up in the car and getting out and never having experienced it in London quite so quiet. It was deathly quiet. And I got out of the car and I thought, this feels a bit lawless, as in, if anything happened, you're completely on your own. Ain't nobody going to come to save you. There's going to be nobody to witness it, or to there's going to be no passers-by that might mediate somebody's behaviour. This seems like a bit Mad Max, is what it felt like. And you got to the centre of town, and that feeling was reinforced, because the homeless people that normally are they're sort of scattered about the place, they'd kind of taken over Trafalgar Square. There was just dozens and dozens of them, maybe 100 at some point.
Like you say, it was spooky. It was spooky to start off with.
And they were just wandering around the roads, because
I've been commuting on the trains. The trains I've literally got a whole carriage to myself.
Right.
Whole carriage to myself from Oxshot to like Ellsfield.
Yeah.
Clapham Junction. I get to Clapham Junction. Everybody's wearing masks.
Mm-hmm.
And it is just freaky. It is just but this time round, like same again. I mean, the trains are empty, and when you get to Clapham, it is just chock-a-block.
Right.
I live out in the sticks,
yes,
sort of in Oxshot, but when I get to Clapham, it is chock-a-block, and when I'm coming home from work, it is heaving. It is heaving.
It's a mystery, really, because the local high street doesn't seem to be bereft of people like it was the first time around, and yet there's nothing open. So I don't know where everybody's going. Where are you going, people?
Where are they going? Where are they going?
Excellent question. All right, leave it with me, Dean, and I'll have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. How does that sound?
We're running late.
Shane in Tadcaster's texts, Nick, that feeling that you're having is from all the microchips that Bill Gates put in your water. Well, there was definitely something in that water. If you weren't listening earlier on, and by the way, if you weren't, then you can catch up with every single second of this super show by availing yourself of Global Player, which you can download from your app store. And on that, you can find the whole show, which you can re-listen to the moment that my glamorous assistant sticks it up the internet. I had a sip of water just before 10 o'clock, just before seconds before I went on the air, when it went down the wrong way, or it went up the wrong way. And I seem to have bathed my brain and the back of my eyeballs with tap water, which is probably very, very dangerous. It's got all sorts of things in it. It's probably got, like a small thing, like a molecule that will grow into a bigger worm and then start to eat through my brain. Like an alien monster, which mostly comes out at night. Mostly. Here's a call in Swindon. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I wouldn't advise bathing your eyes in tap water because, like you say, there is a big risk to that certainly.
Well, I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I know. I mean, my dad's an optician, so, he deals with eyes all the time, and he tells me that's not a good idea, so...
Right.
But yeah, no, on the coronavirus and the lockdown and whatnot, I mean, I've abided by and have abided by the rules loyally.
Have you?
Yeah, I have, to be fair. And my point is that I struggle with the fact that, if everybody had abided by the rules from the start, where would we be right now? Have the breaches of the rules cost us potential, more freedom going forwards?
I think that it's an excuse that the government uses in order to cover up their ineptitude. Oh, it's all our fault, as it will be all our fault when January comes around and the rate rockets through the roof because of everybody kissing and hugging over Christmas, as you will do. Bound to. It's blooming Christmas, isn't it? It's Jesus' birthday, for crying out loud.
Completely agree with Christmas. Completely agree. And I think that's silly, personally, because what they'll do is they'll let us out for Christmas and, it's your fault that we go into lockdown. But,
yes.
But going backwards and going to the start of lockdown, do we not think that if people had complied and took it a bit more seriously, that we might sort of be in a better situation than we are now?
Are you kidding me? Everybody took it seriously. Everybody was wearing a mask. Nobody went out. Everybody was washing their blooming shopping before they put it away in their cupboards. I still do.
But everybody's not you. So, I just think if people, I've been in supermarkets. So people have been really close to me in supermarkets, and I've not questioned it. People
maybe it's your animal magnetism. Sean, did you think about that? They just can't help themselves.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe, but then that's still breaking the rules, so that's not going to get us out of lockdown any quicker, is it?
I think that we've been remarkably obeisant. Is that a word? We've been.
It is now.
It is now, yeah. We've been obeying very well. Obedient. I think obeisant is probably a word as well.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's all personal experience. Personally, I've not been happy with the way people have been obeying the rules, and I haven't seen.
Well, like what?
People go. Oh, I mean, I was in the supermarket. I go to the supermarket regularly, do my shopping.
Regularly? Well, see, that's wrong for a start. Only go when it's essential.
It is essential because I only buy daily. I don't buy weekly.
You buy daily?
Yeah.
Thereby increasing the potential to pass on whatever you've got to somebody else by a factor of 7.
But the government don't say I can't do that.
Yeah, but you've got to make your own decisions based on your best judgment. Is this your best judgment?
No, but I don't see that in the coronavirus rules.
What the hell with the rules? Just do the right thing. I mean, over and above the rules.
Common sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. Obey the rules and then apply your own rules on top of those rules.
Yeah, definitely. I just think a bit of common sense is needed, and not enough common sense has happened, to be honest.
Correct.
And I think people are a bit silly.
Right. Well, in what way?
Oh, I think people, not having 10 people around your house, not having raves, not having thousands of people out in raves?
Nobody's having raves.
Oh. Well, I mean, there was one in Yate, wasn't there, in Gloucestershire, fairly recently.
Well, Gloucestershire, they're known for it, they are. Bound to happen in Gloucestershire. Yeah. I mean, that goes without saying.
Oh, I mean, that doesn't make it right, though, and that's probably why South Gloucestershire are in lockdown, right? They're in Tier 3 rather than Tier 2, like we are down in the West Country, where I'm from.
Well, quite possibly. Oh right. So Swindon is in Tier what?
Tier 2.
Tier 2. And do you know what that means?
Yes. I mean, we can only go... I mean, my main concern is going to the pub with a substantial meal. Now, what substantial meal means, I don't know, and I might have missed what substantial meal means.
I think it means something other than a bag of crisps.
Oh, dear.
Something that somebody something that comes on a plate rather than in a bag, I think, is what that
Also,
means.
could I order a Toby Carvery and then order 10 pints after that?
As long as you don't finish the carvery before you finish the booze, you'll be just fine. Make sure to leave some food on your plate. Just push it around, because otherwise you'll be asked to leave and all of that precious booze will be left on the table.
Oh, no, well, we can't have that happen.
We cannot have that happen. Correct. That's right. Let's get a sense of proportion. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. Always obey the rules. Okay, here comes the definition of obeisant. That's O-B-E-I-S-A-N-T.
Correct.
Marked by courteous submission or respect, deferential, duteous, dutiful, and respectful. In other words...
Be polite!
Exactly. Be polite, or I'll kill you. Riot police arrested more than 160 angry anti-lockdown demonstrators and one Santa Claus, as thousands took to the streets and booed officers. Boo! Dozens of violent anti-lockdown activists clashed with police while thousands more gathered in the capital amid the growing discontent with the government's new tier system to be introduced on December the 2nd. We're going to be locked down till April? You've got to be kidding me. And then Boris said, no, don't worry. It's not going to be till April. It'll only be 9 weeks. What? Oh, my God. Meanwhile, up to 100 Tory backbenchers are threatening to say, hang on, I've got to get my lips right for this. Is what they're going to say. They'll say. They're threatening to say, to Boris Johnson's draconian new tier regime next week. That's T-I-E-R and T-E-A-R. Tears for tears. Cabinet Officer Michael Gove. You know Michael Gove, don't you? No! Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's him. He tried to quell the uprising by warning MPs that their failure to back Number 10's policy could lead to every hospital in England being overrun with the COVID-19 cases. Do your duty. Don't be a traitor, he said. Well, that was the implication anyway. Plans by Conservative backbenchers, including the 1922 chairman Sir Graham Brady, to cast protest votes in Parliament could see the PM forced to rely on Keir Starmer. Oh, for crying out loud. Keir Starmer?
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Backbench anger has been fueled by reports that senior officials plan to ban indoor socialising until Easter. I don't know. I'm just at the end of my tether, really. I could be appalled. I've decided to be amused. How about you? No indoor socialising until Easter. How does that sound, teens? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you'll just have to socialise with yourselves.
Disgusting.
It comes as an extraordinary prediction by economic experts reveals that Mr Johnson's decision to impose tougher COVID tiers on 99% of the country this week will cost the UK everything. They actually put a number on it, but what difference does it make? £900 million a day! That's a number that's so large over the course of a month, I don't even know what it is. How many zeros is that? I think it's all of them.
Affirmative.
£900 million a day? You've got to be having a laugh, ain't you? Also today, Department of Health figures show that 15,871 new COVID-19 cases were recorded in the past 24 hours. That's down 20% from last Saturday. Down, deeper and down like status quo.
Rock and roll!
It seems that all of those numbers are going down. As in, the wave has passed. We rode that wave.
Groovy.
And now it's breaking. Meanwhile, in central London, people are very, very upset. Not as upset as they are in France, by the way, but, you know, we never are. The French had multiple issues, but over here it's the same one. Officers detained Piers Corbyn again. Why don't you just why do you keep releasing him? You're just going to arrest him again the next week. Officers detained protesters led by Piers Corbyn who chanted, "Freedom! You can't take our freedom," he said. in my mind. And they carried placards saying, "Stop controlling us," and "No more lockdowns" at Marble Arch. For flouting coronavirus restrictions, they were arrested by the law. It didn't look very pretty either, did it, Patel? Actually, it did look... It looked very, very pretty, Patel. It had essence of Pretty Patel all over it. A man dressed as Santa was taken away by the police. Oh, no. Help them with their inquiries and their present list. Traffic was temporarily blocked on Regent Street as officers attempted to handcuff people on the ground in the middle of the road. Police apprehended demonstrators weaving through the capital. A man dressed as Santa put in cuffs and arrested by the law. Christmas is cancelled. What a place we're in right now. We're living in a country where we do not have the right to protest the government's restrictions on our freedoms. I'll just pause and let that sink in for a moment. I'll repeat it. We are now living in a country where we do not have the right to protest the government's restrictions on our freedoms. Protesting against the government is now against the law, and you will be arrested if you do so. That's not normal, unless you live in a dictatorship. California has just imposed a stay-at-home order that's going to last for 3 weeks. They've banned people gathering who aren't in the same households. They've imposed limits on occupancy levels of businesses. They banned dining indoors and outdoors, which is a biggie in sunny California. But the difference there is that the order does not include two things: religious services and protests. Because they have a thing over there called freedom of speech. The First Amendment guarantees freedom of speech. Here in jolly old England, meanwhile, we apparently not permitted freedom of speech. Can't do it. Against the law. It's an arrestable offence. And, you know, without taking sides on whether it's right to lock down or not, that is a pretty alarming development, don't you think? Because governments are loath to return freedoms to the public once they have been removed. If we are to be arrested if we protest now, when exactly will that freedom be reinstated? Do we have a date? Why would a government want to reinstate something that is not in their best interests? I mean, this Tory government have already found a way to swerve freedom of information requests by journalists and members of the public who wish to hold the government to account. Those requests are funneled to Michael Gove, and he decides if it would be in our interests to see what information we want on him. This week, Open Democracy, the campaigning group, revealed how what they called an Orwellian Cabinet Office unit has been coordinating freedom of information responses across Whitehall and screening journalists' requests in ways that experts say could be breaking the law. The Freedom of Information Clearinghouse even instructs departments on how to respond to requests, effectively centralising control over what information is released to the public in Michael Gove's Cabinet Office. And if I'd substituted the name Vladimir Putin's Cabinet Office, you wouldn't have been remotely surprised. But what they call the sinister clearinghouse is not the only problem. They revealed in a report about freedom of information called Art of Darkness that was published by Open Democracy this week that there are other ways in which our government is undermining the Freedom of Information Act, which is brought in to ensure that the public have right of access to information held by public authorities. And they cited some worrying trends. When you submit a Freedom of Information request to a public authority, you're supposed to receive a response in 20 working days. But increasingly, public authorities aren't responding at all. And if they offer no response, that puts requesters in a legal limbo because without them refusing to give you any information, you can't enter an appeals process. So your request just disappears. Like an unanswered phone call. Over the last 5 years, the Cabinet Office granted the fewest, 26%, and withheld the most, 60%, requests across all of Whitehall. It also, when examining its own performance and behaviour, upheld in full 95% of its own internal reviews. It marked its own homework and gave itself an A+. The Information Commissioner's Office, which regulates information rights in the UK, is now increasingly finding, for example, that authorities are failing to issue a response within 20 working days, failing to issue a valid refusal notice, and failing to conduct appropriate searches for information. We ain't got no freedom of information in this country anymore. You can't find out information about the government, and you can't protest what the government does. And when combining the time periods of different stages of the appeals process, successful complainants to the Information Commissioner's Office wait more than a year on average for information to be disclosed. So if you get anything out of them at all, it's a year later. So, at a secretive government, a refusal to publish reports on the economic impact of the government's own actions, unheard of restrictions to our freedom, the denial of the right of protest, the lack of access to information that decisions on our lives are based on, a dismissal of those who object as being unhelpful or unpatriotic, as Michael Gove implied when he told Tory MPs who were complaining to stop shirking their responsibility. And we're in a pretty weird place. I mean, it's still called Britain, but it doesn't seem like much of it anymore. And if everything was going well, if the government appeared to be in control, if their decision-making was excellent, if we didn't have the combination of the worst death rates and the worst economic crash of any comparable country on earth, then all of that might seem okay. But we don't. But the trouble is, and you can see this on Twitter, is that we've been frightened to accept that anyone who objects is a traitor and wants to kill their granny and hates the NHS. And another problem is that there's an infiltration of some right-wing dipsticks that get all the attention on these marches and the media coverage that goes with it, which makes enemies of the people who disagree with the leader. You see it on Twitter all the time. You scroll down the comment section of today, on the march today, and almost all of them are, of the COVIDiots variety. So if you disagree with the dear leader, then you are an enemy of the people, which is exactly where America is right now.
A president! Can you believe it?
Which is an alarming place to be. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct me.
Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Tony in Bedfordshire says, Heineck, any MP who votes for the new lockdown, because that's what it is voting against democracy. Well, not really, Tony. Let's not get carried away. They're not voting against democracy, it being a vote. If they didn't have a vote, then that would be against democracy. This anonymous text says, warning, go steady on the water. Yeah, that's right.
Warning, warning.
Water is very dangerous, as was demonstrated quite loudly at the very beginning of yesterday's show. I always now dilute any water I take. Never drink water neat. Water is very dangerous. Beverley, East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Just a sort of quick diversion from what I was going to say, talking about, you were talking about freedom of information and everything. 3 other bits to add to that are the Russia report, the Pritzker report, and the fact that they deleted country-by-country comparisons of COVID performance.
Yeah, but apart from that, it's another shining example of open government.
Absolutely. But no, what I was initially going to talk about is these 100 Tory MPs who are going to vote against the government, apparently. They're portraying themselves as Amnesty International. They're portraying themselves as being for human rights and individual freedoms. Yeah. And they're portraying themselves as really nice people. Now, if you look through the telescope the other way, what they're actually doing is voting for overrun hospitals, ice rinks being used as temporary morgues, and mass graves.
Well, now that's just swallowing the line of the government, though. You're just repeating back what Michael Gove is saying.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm not, because I may be saying the same as Michael Gove, but if you can actually, I mean, I'm from a sort of microbiology background, and if you can model what the modelling says is, as Sage says, that the Christmas 5-day freakout will result in doubling of the virus.
Right, this is doom. This is doom, and this is doom and doomer who have been giving us models for the past 6 months at least now, all of which have turned out to be wrong.
No, because they've actually done something. If they'd done nothing, most of the models would have worked out right. They've done something which has mitigated it, but they've not actually taken the full thing on board. I mean, it's a bit like Brexit. We were all fearmongers to start with, but now it's turning out that pretty much what Remain said is going to come true.
Yeah, well, we'll find out in a brief period.
We will, but just look at these people who are claiming to be Amnesty International members and voting for human rights and everything else. They're not actually doing that at the end of the day. Look at what they're voting for.
Well, what they're voting for is the European Court of Human Rights. Coincidentally, they voted against the European Court of Human Rights just recently, which is ironic, I'd say. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Here's a story. NHS hospitals are performing worse than ever before and are stretched to breaking point. This is alarming. Just 81% of A&E patients were treated within the target 4 hours in November, with nearly 360,000 waiting for longer and 1,112 facing delays of 12 hours or more. Hospital beds are so full that doctors and nurses just do not have any space to admit new patients. Wow, only 5 out of every 100 hospital beds are free overnight. Can you believe that? Around 4.45 million patients had faced waits of more than 18 weeks to undergo routine operations such as hip replacements last month. And in other worst-ever performance figures, the number of cancer patients who had started treatment within 2 months was just 83% in October. Isn't that incredible? You know when that was? Last year. NHS hospitals were performing worse than ever before last year. This is last December, this story. Hospital beds were so full last December that doctors and nurses didn't have any space to admit new patients. So it's a bit rich for the Conservative government to be saying now that we must protect the NHS. How about for the last 10 years? Last December, health experts were saying that these statistics show a grim situation that the NHS finds itself in after 10 years of Labour misrule and the incompetence of the Prime Minister Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, no, wait a minute, that's right. We've had a Conservative government for the past 10 years. But I suppose that it is all the fault of the Marxist-Leninist Labour Party, who could have done something about it, but failed to take the precaution of actually being in power. Doctors last December were repeatedly warning that the country's emergency care is imploding. Hospitals across the country were urging patients to stay away from crowded A&E units. They were struggling to keep pace with demand, and seriously ill patients were coming in at a much faster rate than they were being discharged. A&E units were becoming overcrowded. Patients were being kept on trolleys, in corridors, as they waited for a free bed on a ward. This was last December. Save the NHS? Staff within the NHS said that the service was on its knees. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that the rest of the EU must be in this mess too. You know, what with immigration and all. But here's a list of European countries that have more hospital beds per head of population than we do, after 10 years of the Conservatives saving the NHS. A list of European countries that have more hospital beds per head of population than we do. Bulgaria, Germany, Lithuania, Austria, Romania, Belgium, Slovakia, wherever that is. Poland, Hungary, Slovenia, the Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, Greece, Croatia, Estonia, Cyprus, Latvia, Portugal, Malta, France, the Netherlands, Finland, Ireland, Italy, Denmark and Spain. Wow, we are second from last in the whole of Europe. Only Sweden has fewer beds in hospitals than we do. But as their health system is regularly held up as superb, what they do is treat people outside hospitals. That's the only reason we're propped up off the bottom of the list. Because Sweden treats their patients outside, not inside hospitals. Unless they just give their sick citizens a lot of drugs, and that's the reason they're so happy.
Want to score some pot?
I mean, really. If you just look beyond the headlines of today and remember what the NHS has been like over the past 10 years, then these protestations from the government about saving the NHS have just become laughable. It's just that, it's laughable, but it's not funny. This anonymous text says, Nick, the latest on the arrest of Father Christmas, he was an imposter. Oh, well, thank goodness for that. Because this year, I've been a good boy, I have. I'm on his list. You don't need to check it twice, Santa. Gary texts, Nick, you really do need to say in explicit terms that we are now in 1930s Germany. Stupid people won't understand oblique references. I don't think that we're in 1930s Germany, but it is illuminating to think back, or just to flick the channel over to the History Channel. And, I keep saying this, usually in relation to, a certain orange diapered baby 3,000 miles away.
Oh, shut up!
It is illuminating to think that we look at the History Channel and wonder how did a nation get carried up by that mustachioed Burke on stage, waving his arms about. I mean, look at him. He's a bit fey, isn't he? How did they get carried away by that bloke? It's easy. I'm not saying that we are in 1930s Germany. I'm just saying that unless you pay full attention all the time, that could possibly be where you go. I mean, America just avoided it this time around by the skin of its teeth. Assuming that he doesn't manage to everything's going to the Supreme Court, like that's his get-out-of-jail-free card, because he stuffed a couple of people up the Supreme Court. And he ain't going away, by the way. Donnie's not going away. And I know this is an aside, but the Democrats have to metaphorically bury him. Have they not seen a film? When the monster dies 15 minutes before the end of the film, the monster's not dead. You have to finish the monster off. They have to bury Donald Trump up to his eyeballs in lawsuits. But I bet they don't. They will revert to type and say, you know what, for the benefit of America, we'll just let it go. We'll give him a pass. And he'll come back and he'll bite their heads off. Because absolutely, definitely, and totally, the Republicans under Donald Trump would not give the same pass to a Democrat who had exhibited even a tenth of the criminality that Donald Trump has. But they, like the left always heads off. Because absolutely, definitely, and totally, the Republicans under Donald Trump would not give the same pass to a Democrat who had exhibited even a tenth of the criminality that Donald Trump has. But they, like the left always do, they'll conspire to shoot themselves in their feet. And Donnie will come back in 4 years' time, and all of his demented ding-a-ling fans, and they'll take their heads off. But anyway, that's forthcoming attractions. That's something for the future, isn't it? Exciting?
No.
Well, a little bit. Here's a call in York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Jan.
I was going to ask you if you'd recovered from last night, but it sounds as if you have.
I have, yeah.
Yeah.
That put me sideways for the whole evening. I just felt completely off. It was a sip of water which went the wrong way, and it felt like it coated the inside of my brain and hurt the back of my eyeballs.
Back of your eyeballs, yeah.
Yeah.
How on earth did it do that?
I don't know.
And were your eyes watering as well?
No, they weren't watering. I wish they would, because that would have excreted the liquid behind my eyes.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Good job it wasn't hot coffee. It might have scalded your eyeballs.
I'd be in hospital right now on a trolley waiting to go into a ward.
Well, yeah, maybe. So, now this is nothing to do with what you're talking about tonight, but can I ask you something about Christmas?
Of course. Is it too early to put up your decorations?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Don't put them up yet.
Not yet.
No.
You'll get sick of them. Your tree will droop.
Yep, it will. But last year you said that you'd put the 3 best Christmas songs on Twitter.
Oh, yes.
Now, I didn't hear this live because I only discovered you earlier this year.
Right.
So I only heard it on one of your podcasts.
Oh, yes.
Too late to look on Twitter.
Right.
So can you put them on again or tell me what they were?
I absolutely will do it again, yeah.
Will you?
I can't remember which ones were. I can remember which one of them was, because it is my favourite Christmas song of all time. It's also my favourite Elvis song.
Merry Christmas, Baby.
Merry Christmas, Baby.
Yeah.
Is that the blues one?
I heard you say that the other night.
Right, because he's got 2. He's got the really famous one, which was Lonely This Christmas. And there's Merry Christmas Baby, which is about a 6-minute long blues track.
That's a very early one, isn't it? When he was in his prime, sort of thing.
Right, before, Thin Elvis rather than Fat Elvis.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
How rude.
A little bit rude, yeah. I mean, let's not get carried away. It's not like he's the President of the United States of America. We must maintain politeness.
Be polite!
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, my favourite Christmas song is Last Christmas by Wham.
Is it? Right.
Bet you don't like it, do you?
It's not my favourite, no. That seems a bit, how can I delicately put this? Young for you.
Do you think so?
Well, is it of your era?
No, it's not really, but I do like it.
Yeah.
It's quite sad, though, isn't it?
In what way?
Well, it's sad.
Is it?
Don't you think?
Why?
Well, last Christmas I gave you my heart.
Oh, and the very next day you threw it away.
You tore it apart.
Like a used tissue.
Yeah, that's not right, is it?
It isn't right, no. At Christmas, on Jesus' birthday. Awful.
Terrible.
Yeah, I don't really listen to lyrics. I mean, I can sing along with songs that I've known for decades, but I'm not actually paying attention to what it is that I'm singing.
No.
That is a fault in my character. One of the many faults in my character. I listen to songs, but I'm more a tune person than a lyrics person. That's my favourite part. It's when he starts singing that my mind switches off.
Yeah, well, I've come to a halt.
Right, well then that's an excellent point at which to say goodbye.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better anyway.
Well, thanks very much, Jan.
That's all right.
All right, cheers, my dear.
Oh.
What a nice lady. 0345 6060 973. Pat in Sutton says, following the assumption that any lockdown measures have been introduced primarily to protect the NHS and not to have the impatient wards overwhelmed. Oh, impatient. Well, you would be impatient if you were stuck on a trolley in a corridor. Inpatient, idiot. Following the assumption that any lockdown measures have been introduced primarily to protect the NHS and not have the inpatient wards overwhelmed, I do wonder how many Tier 2 and 3s would now actually be in Tier 1 if we hadn't gone through 10 years of the political choice of austerity. Yes, well, get used to it, because there'll be another 10 years coming right up, I betcha. I betcha. They just won't call it austerity, because people don't like the sound of austerity anymore. They'll call it, I don't know, skipping through sunny uplands, something like that. We've got 10 years of skipping through sunny uplands.
Oh,
no. Yeah. This says, don't you think it's ironic that those who rallied behind Take Back Control are the first to complain that the government taking back control over what they can and can't do? I don't think that's true. Shall I read that again?
No.
Don't you think it's ironic that those who rallied behind Take Back Control are the first to complain about the government taking back control over what they can and can't do? Funny how it affects someone else, they're all for it, but the moment it affects them, they take to the streets. They take to the streets like the Doobie Brothers.
Rock and roll!
0345 6060 973. Oh, there's plenty that's ironic, and I'll get to that in a while as well. I also want to talk about the postcode checker, just to rub their nose in it, and the staggering amount of government weight. I have detailed files. Don't you worry about that. Here's a call in North Yorkshire. I can get it up. One moment, please. Click. There it is. Hello, Liz.
No, it's Ruth, actually, but never mind. Doesn't really matter.
Can I call you Liz?
You can call me Liz if you want, yeah.
Thanks.
Right, OK then, Fred. Now then, you were on about the NHS. Well, it always has operated at about 80 to 85% full occupancy anyway. And the fact that these other continental countries are doing so much better than our NHS, could it not be totally unconnected with the fact that half of their populations are living here? And not only that, our dear leader Boris has just
half of Europe is living here.
Hong Kong Chinese to come and live here.
Yeah.
So it will be overcrowded, won't it? So a system that was meant for, say, 50 million people now accommodates a thick end of 70 million people.
Right.
So it's hardly surprising that it's full, is it?
What, push them all back out to sea? Let them drown?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying it. I'm saying it. Just
if you want
just an
to,
idea.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Okay, thanks a lot, Liz. You know what I said about the previous caller? What a nice lady. Yeah, not so much. Not so much with that one. Josh says, I want to see Donny arrested and put in one of those orange jumpsuits. Orange absolutely would not go with his hair.
Quiet, quiet, quiet.
Yeah, it's just true. They are going to sue you, Donny, sue you into a black hole in space.
And it's a disgrace. It's frankly a real disgrace. It's a
total disgrace. Yeah, we know. Still, you can afford it.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, he doesn't. He really, really doesn't. I think he's got something like $400 million worth of loans that come due next year when he was planning on cheating his way to being president again. That's the reason that he's putting up such a bemused fight. That and money. He's asking his ding-a-ling fans for money. He's saying, send me some money and I'm compiling a war chest to overturn this crooked election. The reason that he thinks it's a crooked election is because he cheated so much that he can't believe that he lost. He cheated and cheated and cheated, and he still lost. That's the reason that he can't believe it. It's because he cheated so much that he can't believe that, how can I cheat that much and still lose? It's the same with him with everything. He accuses others of doing the things that he does. And he thinks that if he doesn't win, then he's been ripped off. I mean, it's all there in his books. He tells you what he's going to do before he does it. That's well, I was going to say the beauty of the man. There is no side to him. He just tells you what he's going to do. I'm picking your pocket, he says, as he's picking your pocket. And his ding-a-ling fans whoop and cheer. He can't possibly be picking my pocket because he's just told me he's picking my pocket, they say, as he's picking their pocket. It's a certain demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
Robert texts, this is a government that refused to hold a second Brexit referendum and continually refuses to hold a second Scottish independence referendum because it would be, quotes, undemocratic. Well, I mean, who in their right mind would want a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
He says, isn't it undemocratic to fail to provide the public with information that they are entitled to under freedom of information? You can't take your freedom. Yes and yes, in that order. Oldbury, hello, Ranjit.
Hello, good evening, Nick. You okay?
Yes, mate.
Did you hear in the week about this little 8-year-old boy wrote to Uncle Boris? He says, dear Uncle Boris, is Santa Claus coming down my chimney this year? And the reply was, I've been in contact with Santa Claus in Lapland, and yes, he is coming. But the thing was, I think they got the dates wrong, and he must have ended up in London this afternoon.
Yeah.
And then he's arrested him, right?
Arrested by the law, yes.
He's been apprehended just in case he's going to run away, because... you know what? Because if he escapes, right, then how is he going to answer to this little 8-year-old boy?
Exactly.
That Uncle Boris never, ever, ever tells lies.
No.
Yeah, so, and the other thing was...
he's going to be held in chains in a dungeon until December the 24th, and then Boris Johnson's going to personally stuff that bloke down that kid's chimney.
Yeah, because Uncle Donny was supposed to be the substitute, yeah, but Donny hasn't decided whether he's going to leave the White House yet or not. I mean...
The latest one, I mean, it's priceless. It's some impudent journalist said, you know, will you actually leave when the vote is certified, or whatever is the American terminology? And he said, you know, of course, you know that better than anybody. And then he did a swift pivot, or as much as somebody with that hefty frame can do a pivot. And he said, you know what, Sleepy Joe is going to have to prove that he got 80 million votes, or I'm not leaving.
Did you see the little naughty table he was sitting on?
I did, yeah, that was priceless.
Yeah, that was it. You know, when I was listening to you last night, yeah, and when I watched the news, I seen it. Who put that up? I mean, what was that about, right? Putting him in, like, it's like virtually sitting him on the naughty chair.
It was, it was made to look much worse than it actually was by the angle that the CNN photographer, who he used to spar with, by which I mean he used to shut her up and say that she was a terrible person who was, you know, an awful reporter, and you know, telling her to be quiet, you know, and all that stuff that he used to do with anybody who was disrespectful to the President of the United States of America.
I'm president! Can you believe it?
And so to get her own back, she took a photograph at the most unflattering angle for that particular shot. You know, that tiny little table that he was at with the big presidential seal on the front of it. Oh, God, that was hilarious. And there were other pictures taken at that event, and not much happened about them. But people took one look at the snap that the CNN photographer got, and it went viral. People just couldn't believe it. That was priceless. He looked like he was at a Fisher-Price desk. Very, very funny.
It was when he turned around to one of the reporters and said, "Oi, shut up, you're talking to the President of the United States.
Be respectful.
Be polite."
Yeah.
And that's what he does. And anyway, what do you think about this Uncle Boris, yeah? How long is he going to hold Santa Claus for? You know, is he going to be in like an anti-terrorist? You can hold him for 72 hours.
Yeah, they're going to spirit him away on a dark flight. He'll end up in Iran or Iraq, one of those places that begin with I. Maybe Iceland. Nobody really knows.
It's Lapland, isn't it?
No, he'll never see Lapland again, believe me.
No, is he going to be like forcibly detained and then immigration's going to send him back?
No, we'll never see or hear from him again. He's gone. He's been disappeared like a South American dictator.
Oh, that's not good then, man. I was like, I've left my chimney open. I have, so he can come down there.
Right. Well, but let me ask you this: have you been a good boy? Yeah, that gap, that pause tells us everything we need to know. No, you get nothing. Good day, sir. Lorraine in Birmingham says, how many tourists does it take to change a light bulb? None. They overpay their mates to do it. Well, funny you should say that, because I have detailed files about government waste. Did you read about this? A major investigation? Oh, boy. I'll do it after the news. I don't have... there's not enough time in this hour to detail that much waste. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Coming right up. It's like forthcoming attractions. I'm teasing across the break. Wow, I really am getting the hang of this radio lark, eh?
No.
Evan in Bristol says, I bet you can't say Irish wristwatch. Well, ha-ha, charade you are.
Liar!
Yeah, I can. Red lorry, yellow lorry. She sells seashells on the seashore. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled pepper. If Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled pepper, where's the pack of pickled pepper Peter Piper picked? So, no. Am I the first person to have said the word "ner" on LBC? I bet I am. I'm going down as a record breaker. I'm setting the standard here. Reigate. Hello, Margaret.
Hello. I was just going to say, you can't leave President Trump alone, can you?
No, I can't.
You're really going to persecute when he's not there, but hopefully he will be there for another term.
Of course he's not going to be there for another term. He lost. He's a loser, Margaret.
No, he's not. He's wonderful.
Loser.
Oh, I know how to spell loser.
Looser.
Loser.
Yeah, loser. Correct. Loser. Now you've got it.
Well, not in my opinion, and a lot of people.
It doesn't make any difference whether it's in your mind or anybody else's mind. It's in the voting booth that he's a loser. 306 electoral college votes. 306. He lost.
How do you know that Democrats aren't lying and cheating? I think they did.
Margaret, are you out of your mind?
No.
Genuine question.
Same as anything. And he didn't put kids in cages. Obama did, and Biden did that.
No, that was Donald Trump who did that.
Rubbish.
666 children were taken from their parents and are still not reunited with their parents because the Republicans didn't take the precaution to actually jot their details down. They threw their parents out of the country and kept their kids in America. Now they don't know who their parents are. 666. Ain't that a coincidence? 666.
Sign of the devil. Yes, I know that.
Yeah.
The point is that a lot of these children didn't even belong to those people who were supposed to be their parents. they just used them to get drugs across the border.
Oh, I see. Where did you hear that?
Oh, I heard it on the news.
On the news? Really?
Yes.
Which news station told... I think that you didn't hear anything of the sort, Margaret. You're making it up. In moments of quiet contemplation, do you hear this noise between your ears? Also a genuine question.
And all these people that follow you, for example...
Yeah.
They're just, it's like sheep. They can't think for themselves.
Margaret, you have to stop reading the internet. It's affecting your mind.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is. No, you don't. You do not have a mind of your own.
I've got a mind of my own. I don't have to read about it. I can make up my own mind.
Right. So you're making it up then?
No, you want to watch a program called...
No, I don't.
American Dream.
Whatever is coming out of your mouth next, I absolutely, flat out, and totally do not want to watch.
I know you just. Anybody disagrees with you, you don't like it, do you?
Well, only if they're wrong, Margaret, and you are wrong about everything you've said so far. Let me ask you this, because I do recall having a conversation with you about this. Maybe it was the last week.
You do remember, do you?
Of course I do. I remember everything, like a blooming elephant. Me. Why is it that you like Donald Trump so much?
I'm not going to say what you expect me to say.
Well, just say what you said last week. Go on.
I'm not.
Go on. I double dare you.
No, and I'll get a lot of abuse, no doubt.
No, not much more than you've had already. Why do you like Donald Trump so much? Tell me.
Anybody abuse me then?
No, go ahead and tell me. I won't say anything about it. I promise I won't say anything. Why do you like Donald Trump so much?
Tell me if I've been abused over it. Because I heard somebody say something about it and I've turned it off.
Right, so just tell me. Time is running out. Why do you like him so much?
Because when he was young, he was very handsome.
I promise not to say anything. I'll just repeat what you said. Because he was young, because when he was young, he was very handsome. That's why she likes him so much. Richard in Upminster says, Nick, can I get an early A to Z of the year in, please? No. But thanks for asking. Jackie, do you want to know what it is? It's a Z for zombie mink. Did you see those that they culled in Denmark have risen from the grave this week? What? Huh? No, they haven't. Have they? Is that true?
Apparently, I'll get it up for you.
How can they have risen from the dead?
I don't know, I only read the headline.
You only read the headline? You weren't remotely interested in an animal that got killed and then came back from the dead? That you read the headline? Oh, my God. Talk about a lack of interest in current events. That's ridiculous. For the first time in the history of anything, a dead thing was revivified. And he wasn't really interested. He just read the headline. What, am I supposed to click on that now? I can't click on that. You've got to do it for me.
Sorry, I'll put it up.
Oh, here we go. Do you accept cookies? Oh, I've just made myself a nice cup of coffee. I'd like a cookie. What flavour are they? I accept cookies. When do they arrive? After illegally ordering the cull of the country's 17 million mink to prevent the spread of COVID-19. It was a special kind of COVID-19, wasn't it? It was going to be a brand new, special for Christmas COVID-19. So they killed all of them mink. But don't worry, they were going to kill them anyway. Lawmakers now say they want to exhume their mass graves and incinerate them. They're going to kill them twice. Right. So it's kind of like, It is like living in a horror film, isn't it? You know, the thing about those mink is they mostly come out at night. Mostly. I say we blast off and nuke the entire site from space. It's the only way to be sure. After illegally ordering the cull of the country's 17 million mink to prevent the spread of COVID-19, lawmakers now say they want to exhume their mass graves and incinerate them over their concerns that they could contaminate nearby waters. Oh, God. Oh, well, that's the last thing you want, is a pile of dead mink oozing into your water supply. Veterinary official... See, now, I can't say... I can say Irish wristwatch, but I can't say veterinary... You say it. See? Not me. Veterinary officials... Imagine being a veterinary official and having to introduce yourself at a party. Oh, what are you then? Oh, I'm a veterinary. I work with animals. Veterinary officials. It's not my first language, English. Grunting is my first language. While veterinary officials warn that mink escaping from farms could establish a permanent COVID-19 reservoir in the country's wild animal. What? Not only is it hard to say, but it doesn't make any sense. Shall I read it again?
No.
While veterinary officials warn that mink escaping from farms could establish a permanent COVID-19 reservoir in the country's wild animals that could allow the virus to re-enter humans and precipitate future pandemics. Don't fraternise with a mink. The Danish government said it wanted to exhume and likely incinerate the millions of mink. Millions? God. Who's wearing mink these days? I mean, I thought that was over. Millions of mink? What for? I mean, they don't keep them as pets, did they? They bite your face off, a mink. So it must be for clothes. Who's wearing mink, for crying out loud? Anyway, the Danish government... See, the Danish people, they're not as nice as you might have been led to believe. No! Danish people. Millions of mink were culled to prevent the spread of COVID-19 after hundreds began to after hundreds have begun to rise from their grave. The Danish government said it wanted to exhume and likely incinerate the millions of mink culled to prevent the spread of COVID-19 after hundreds have begun to rise from their mass graves, likely caused by a build-up of gases from decomposition. Gathith. While authorities say the escapees, which local papers have colourfully termed zombie mink, do not pose a risk of spreading COVID-19, locals are concerned about possible contamination of drinking water. So does that mean that they're just being pushed up out of the ground while still dead? Right. Well, I hope so. Zombie mink are not the only mink to have seemingly escaped the COVID-19 cull, with an official... No, you see, escaped the COVID-19 cull. They're alive.
Apparently.
How can you kill something and yet it still be alive? Zombie mink are not the only mink to have seemingly escaped the COVID-19 cull, with an official at the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration warning that of the thousands of mink that usually manage to escape fur farms each year, 5% could be expected to be infected with COVID-19. Thousands escape from fur farms each year. Thousands? How? It's possible that these escapees could infect a number of wild animals in Denmark. You bet they could. Which could create a COVID-19 reservoir in wildlife that can then spread back to humans, creating a permanent risk of future pandemics. So thanks a lot, whoever is wearing mink coats. See what you've done? According to Professor Joanne Santini, not Carlos Santana or Joe Satriani, Joanne Santini, a microbiologist at the University College in London. This could make COVID-19, quotes, extremely difficult to control its further spread to animals and then back to humans. This is from Forbes, which I didn't know was this funny. I had no idea. You want chuckles? Subscribe to Forbes magazine. They're a riot. I can't believe it. So they tried to kill him. Danish people aren't very efficient, really. I mean, they're probably all enjoying a little hot hygge action with each other.
Disgusting.
Too busy to kill mink properly. And now we're all going to die. Look at the face of that reporter. He looks like he's having fun, doesn't he? Reporting on piles of dead mink. He's laughing his face off. I mean, it's bad enough that we've got a reader's report without looking at a picture of him. 0345 6060 973. So I've got detailed files on government waste. And that it wouldn't really matter if the government was wasting a boatload of our money, if they were having a perfect COVID response. If they were really getting it done, and they were working in our best interests, and everything was going tickety-boo, then we wouldn't be able to haul them over the coals about all this money that they're wasting. We would be in a state of complete delight. But as they aren't, we aren't. And this is just priceless. I mean, there's so many things that have happened this year that are a perfect encapsulation of the catastrophic clown show that we got running this country at the moment. I mean, really, it's almost as though hiring a clown off the telly wasn't such a great idea.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
In yesterday's news, the government was forced to whoops. No. Wrong. The government was forced to scrap its tier postcode checker tool, which crashed just minutes after going live. Those inputting their address on the website yesterday morning were told, sorry, we are experiencing technical difficulties.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
That should be the motto of this government. Sorry, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Due to being elected on a promise that we can't deliver and firing anyone who wasn't a fan of that fantasy to be left with this bunch of know-nothing characters and charlatans. They should put that on the side of a bus. Other people on this website were given a different message saying, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Please try again later. You can find coronavirus information on gov.uk. Which was nice because it was gov.uk that the post checker was on. We're sorry our site has gone down. For more information, please see our site that's gone down.
Fabulous.
The checker went live on the website shortly after 11 in the morning, around half an hour before Health Secretary Matt Hancock revealed the details in the House of Commons. It was replaced with a straightforward list of each region in England and what alert level it will be placed in, with the national lockdown ends on December the 2nd. And by the way, Boris Johnson is trying to quell a disruption in the ranks behind him. Displeasure, probably a more accurate word, by saying, no, don't worry about it. It's only going to last for 9 weeks. 9 weeks! What? First of all, he doesn't know it's going to be 9 weeks. That's probably his best case scenario. And we were told today that it'll cost us £900 million per day of lockdown. £900 million per day. Now, we could just round that up, because if the government says something's going to cost £900 million, then you bet your life it's going to cost £1 billion. So if it was £1 billion a day over 9 weeks, that's £63 billion, maths fans. £63 billion, not million, billion, which is a number that's so large I don't even know what it is. It's 2/3 of the entire budget of the NHS. To put it in perspective, too much bleeping perspective. Name that film.
Rock and roll!
£63 billion. Oh my God, we are doomed. Liberal Democrat MP Alistair Carmichael said to the Mail Online, they may now have to wait for Jacob Rees-Mogg and his quill pen to write a copperplate bulletin to be attached to the gates of Downing Street because their website don't work. Yeah, get Jacob Rees-Mogg on the case. What could possibly go wrong?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Jake Matters, director of Hive Managed Hosting, which specialises in hosting websites, said, it seems to me that they didn't load test it and just stuck it live. You have to load test something like that and simulate traffic in advance. But this government has great proficiency in testing. I don't know what he's talking about. Proficiency in testing is what this government is all about. Ain't that right, Boris?
Contact tracing.
Jake Maddis, director of Hive Managed Hosting, which specialises in hosting websites, says, it's madness. Who are their suppliers? We could do it for them if they wanted. What, get an expert with experience to do it? Pfft, ridiculous. When they could easily find the wife of a Tory MP or a family friend of Matt Hancock. Or, and this is a wild stab in the dark here, Serco could do it. Mr. Madders explained that a spike in traffic trying to access a colossal amount of raw information would weigh on the website's infrastructure. He said, in 2020, you'd think that creating a postcode checker, easier to check it than say it. He said, in 2020, you'd think that creating a postcode checker would not be beyond the abilities of the government. He said even the BBC managed to do it, so it can't be difficult. He said everything this government touches turns to dust. Boris Johnson has the Midas touch in reverse. A spot blooming on.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He said in the meantime, people across the country have questions that they need answered, and they look to the government for answers. A government spokesman said, everything is working tremendously well, really well, so well that no one ever saw anything work so well, believe me. You know that better than anybody, or whatever Donald Trump would say in these circumstances, but with a British accent and a cloak of sniffy superiority. On Twitter, which is where the nation gets its news now, one wag wrote, can't catch COVID if you're at home constantly refreshing a postcode checker.
Affirmative.
That's right. And when lockdown ends next Wednesday, each area of England is going to be placed into one of three tiers. And for maximum confusement, they will be like, but not the same as, the three tiers that existed before the current lockdown. You know, like they're trying to befuddle us. They'll be called the same, but they won't be the same. And as a handy guide, the tiers are as follows. Tax haven islands off the coast of Britain will get a pass because that's where Tories keep their money. Cornwall gets a pass because that's where Tories go on holiday. London gets a pass because that's where Tories want to go and eat out. And everyone in the north will be locked in forever. Especially cities with Labour mayors who have said mean things about the dear leader and are the home to footballers who have embarrassed the government into feeding hungry children when that money could have been better spent on ministers' friends and relatives to ensure a happy, prosperous retirement for ministers and friends and relatives. And that's you, Manchester. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Here's a call in beautiful downtown Chiswick. Marianne.
Hello.
Marianne.
Yeah, Nick.
Marianne.
Oh. So we're talking about the minks, aren't we?
Oh.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Are we?
Mm.
In Denmark.
Yeah.
And there's so many levels of it. It's people's loss of work overnight. I'm from that part of Denmark, and I know people.
Is people doing what at work? Did you say?
No, I live in London, and I have done so for 20 years. But I'm from a part of Denmark where people work on mink farms.
Oh, right. Okay.
are owners of them.
Yes.
And the devastation that is caused by people having to close down. I'm not massively an advocate of the mink farms in the total, but for a whole industry to close down overnight is heartbreaking for everybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, they'll lose a boatload of money, but I just can't believe that there's that much demand for mink. Who's buying mink?
Chinese. It's a massive China market.
Is it?
So you want to look into Danish fur.
I certainly do not want to do anything of the sort.
Well, why not?
Homework at the weekend, but miss.
But yeah, it is. Unfortunately, it's happened, but there's another element of it where these minks have been dug down into graves. There's 2 graves, and they've been dug over, and it's now been found that it's close to water sources.
Yeah.
So
plus, they're not dead. Those dead minks aren't dead.
Well, they are, but they are decomposing and therefore going into the water sources.
No, I thought the story was that they weren't actually dead.
No, they're dead.
Well, but the story is implying that they're not dead.
But they buried them alive.
Well, either they buried them dead and they came back to life, or, they buried them alive. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so either, but it fits with 2020 perfectly, doesn't it? I mean, it is, it is like we're living in a horror film. Yeah.
It does. Oh, it's just horrendous, isn't it?
I can't believe that. So they killed them. They killed a million. A million. My God.
No. 17,000 mink was killed.
No, it says a million. The Danish government. The Danish government said it wanted to exhume and likely incinerate the millions of mink culled to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Okay, but so far 17,000 has been killed and put into 2 mass graves.
It says millions here.
Does it?
It does.
I went onto the DR website, Danish radio, which is the equivalent of BBC, and it
Danish
said
radio.
17,000.
I bet that's the world's most boring radio station. I mean, no offence to the Danish people, but they're not known for their excitement, are they?
What, is BBC?
No, Danish radio.
Well, the BBC radio.
What's that got to do with anything? The BBC doesn't do Danish radio. Danish radio. You've got to own it. If you make it, you've got to own it.
I'm not owning it at all.
Marianne, it's your fault.
No.
Collective responsibility.
Ain't gonna happen on my watch, my friend. Ain't gonna happen.
This is weird. Why do the Danish specialise in mink then? What's it got to do with them?
Oh, mink farms has always been a big thing in Denmark.
Really?
I grew up literally a couple of streets away from a mink farm.
God, I bet they honk. I bet they smell.
Oh,
and
they stink.
Do they really?
Horribly.
See?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, and my brother-in-law used to work on a mink farm. And then before that, he worked on a fishing boat. The fishing boat was better than the mink farm. No, it was much preferably.
I bet he made your eyes water when he walked into a room. The honk coming off him.
The fishing was all right.
Right.
The mink was not. It was not good.
No. And by the way, for people who are thinking, those poor mink, and just passed over that whole boatloads of dead fish thing, you want to check yourselves. Fish are people too, you know.
They are. Yeah. and that's when we all go vegan.
Oh, no. I did vegetarianism almost vegetarianism for 20 years. I've done my bit.
Why didn't you go vegan?
Because
you liked eggs.
I like eggs and I like cheese and I like I like food. I like my food to taste and smell of something.
The dairy industry is a massive. That's one of the biggest problems.
What you mean? The gases that are created by cows?
No.
That problem.
The fact that you don't eat. You know, they have to give birth to a calf to keep on producing milk.
Right. Did we get that? Yeah, we did, yeah. She said that I might feel a bit bad about myself. It's just that she didn't use the word bad, in relation to that whole cow thing. I don't feel remotely bad about it. Cow products. They're so yummy. If God didn't want us to eat cow products, then he wouldn't have made them out of meat. So there's that. Zombie mink are not the only mink to have seemingly escaped the COVID-19 cold. The Danish Veterinary and Food Administration warning that thousands of mink that usually manage to escape fur farms are expected to be infected with COVID-19. Thousands escape. The Guardian reported that Professor Marion Koopmans, head of viroscience at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, there's no such place, said that COVID-19 could potentially continue to circulate in large-scale farms or be introduced into escaped and wild animals. In theory, as avian flu and swine influenza viruses do continue to evolve in their animal hosts, constituting a permanent pandemic threat to humans and animals. Oh my God, we're all going to die. Well, that's great. So we're going to have to kill all animals now. All of them. Denmark is one of the world's leading producers of farmed mink and are particularly susceptible to coronavirus, a situation worsened in farms where they are kept in large numbers in close proximity, increasing the chances of disease spreading. Chinese people, stop buying mink. I mean it. Outbreaks have... Did they get that? Outbreaks have torn through herds around the world. Herds of mink. Really? They don't seem big enough to be described as a herd. A gaggle, perhaps, of mink would be better. In some cases, they've jumped back into human populations where dangerous mutations can emerge. Oh, Struth. I do get the feeling that we're not over this yet. That this is but an amuse-bouche to the worst virus coming around the corner. Who knows, 2021 might be even worse than 2020. Still, at least there's a certain individual we won't have to put up with for the next 4 years.
Oh, shut up!
Mentioning no names. This call in... I do have detailed files of government waste. But first, I must take this important call in Cumbria. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Nick. Good evening, mate.
How you doing?
I've got a cunning plan, if you don't mind me explaining it.
Go ahead.
Mink.
Carry on.
Maybe we could buy the Donald a Danish mink jacket as a leaving present.
Right. And say...
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Donald. Maybe one for Melania. She's good. But, yeah, it's all bad journalism. It's this zombie mink. They are dead. Very dead. They've gassed them, they buried them too shallow, and because the gases are decomposing, the bodies rise out the earth. They're not alive and running around.
Well, okay then, if you say so.
But there's also something more concerning than mink.
Yes.
At the moment. I suggest researchers Google avian flu swans.
Swans?
Yes, there are swans circling around lakes in circles and bleeding from the nostrils and dying of avian flu.
Oh, my God. Somebody better tell
do not go stroking swans, Nick.
Right, somebody better tell the Queen because Christmas dinner is off. No swan. All right, thanks for the bad news, mate. Is that true? Google that. That sounds awful. He's Googling it as I speak. There'll be a pause while he does that. Oh. A spate of swan deaths across the UK are reportedly being investigated amid concerns that they could be connected to a wave of avian flu from Europe.
Oh, no.
Ew. The Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs has asked people to report sightings of dead swans after confirming a number of cases of H5N8 in wild birds, which is a combination of letters and numbers that doesn't sound very good. Looks alarming to me. The UK's chief veterinary officer has told Sky News that she is very worried about the development. She said, "I am very worried about the development." She says, "My concern level is really high." And she issued a statement which said, oh my God. You see, if we have crashed the economy of this country from now until the end of time, if we're looking at the worst recession in forever, since the invention of money, over something that is almost has virtually no effect whatsoever on 99% of the population, then imagine what we would do if something really serious came around. Oh my God, we're all going to die. We're going to be sent back to the Stone Age. You know, Anthony Fauci, who I keep bringing this up. He's the fellow with the glasses. You know, the expert who had his head in his hands as Donald Trump was waffling on about introducing light to the body and injecting bleach. Injecting bleach.
People are laughing at us all over the world. They think we're stupid, and we are. I mean, we're being led by stupid people. We're being led by people that don't have a clue. They're incompetent.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Donald Trump.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, he said, Dr. Fauci said that we are in the era of the pandemic. This is just the first. So enjoy it while you can, because these are the good times. We're going to be in lockdown for 9 weeks, said Boris Johnson. As though to make the backbenchers on of the Conservative Party feel better about this catastrophe that is being wrought all around us. He said, don't worry, we're only going to be in tears for the next 9 weeks. Oh, we'll be in tears, all right. Oh. Still, never mind. Mustn't grumble. Jackie in Watford says, hey, Nick, there's no freedom and democracy in this country anymore. It's a dictatorship. Well, that is the nature of our democracy, that if you give a party a whopping majority, then you get a dictatorship for 5 years. This is probably one of the reasons that we're not really getting anywhere, is because for 5 years you charge in one direction, and then for it's usually 10 years, isn't it? 15 this time around. Aren't we lucky?
No.
For 15 years we'll charge in one direction, and then the Labour Party will probably get in next time around and they'll charge in the opposite direction. And we'll end up back where we were 15 years ago.
Oh, fabulous.
This text says, because Gove hasn't got the ports ready for the 1st of January, just wait for the fun to really start. You know, I remember back probably a year ago, maybe more than that, I had a caller on my show that stunned me into silence, and he went on for about 17 minutes. I think it was the longest call I ever took. But I should dig that out and maybe stick it on one of my podcasts. I do a podcast called The Nick Abbott Habit, which are I cannibalise shows from last year, from before the virus had ever been invented. And, yeah, maybe I should stick it on there, because he was a haulage. He worked in haulage. And very, very quietly and in great detail, he went through what's going to happen to us after January. I mean, when he was speaking, it wasn't going to be January then, because, you know, the date has changed and changed and changed in the meantime. But what he said was, I mean, it was just alarming. And I was stunned into silence, which, as anybody that listens to the show regularly will attest, that doesn't happen very much. But yeah, he went on for about 15 minutes, just detailing exactly what it is that we're going to face. Because the government can, waive. I haven't got it. I thought I had it. It must be in here somewhere. I must have labelled it wrongly. I'll find it later. It'd probably be best if I found it later. You know, me being in the middle of a show and all. Here's a call in Malaga. Danny.
Hiya, Nick.
Danny.
Hiya. Yeah, I was just going to call up because we had a mink cull in Spain quite a few months ago now. It was, wasn't widely publicised, but the numbers again were quite shocking. And for the amount, I think it was like, I don't know, 200,000 mink were to be culled in Spain. And again, I was really surprised about the mink industry. I knew mink farms still existed. I think we've got them in the UK. But
really,
again, we used to have, because I used to go fishing years ago, and escaped mink were a problem then, and the same in Spain now. Escaped mink, a lot of people here mistake them for otters.
Yeah, they look like otters, and they eat fish. Yeah,
and they thrive. Once they escape, they thrive. But I think the ironic thing, Nick, is that it popped up in a mink farm, which just goes to show how easy it is. We can say it came from a wet market in China, but it could have been floating about. They're now saying that there's traces of it in India from months ago, and China's saying that. But also there are traces of it that's come up in other samples. I think they were looking back on cholesterol samples from months before in Italy, and they found traces of COVID then, and they said, wow, it was here early. So it's been around longer than they said it had. But I think it's ironic that it's gone into a mink farm, and it just shows how easy it can jump into another species. So yeah, I think we're looking at new pandemics, and the way we farm and the way we produce animal products is going to happen again.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the nature of intensive farming. Fur farming has been banned in the UK for a good long while now. But we used to do mink, but we don't do that anymore.
We don't do that no more, I'm surprised. No. What about fox hunting? That was banned, but we still seem to be doing that.
Yes. Well, you know, it's the right sort of people that do fox hunting. You know, it's the jet set.
That's right, yeah. But yeah, similar thing. But yeah, I was quite surprised. Ireland had a cull as well of mink, so it is on the doorstep, because I know Ireland culled, I think it was last week, 100,000 mink, something like that. So it's happening all over Europe. So,
I just can't believe that there's still a market for it. Who on earth is wearing mink?
I was surprised. Yeah, it was China. When they did the Danish cull, I was going to say, well, we could have a range of luxury toilet roll going there, because they just 900 million mink. I couldn't understand why they culled them and didn't use the fur. I know it's a horrible trade anyway, but the fact that they had the fur, I thought, well, wouldn't they just take the fur as well? And then it's not such a loss. But yeah, it must be devastating for the mink farms. But I think those sort of farms need to be shut down.
Well, wouldn't that be? Sounds like precisely is a good idea to me. I mean, if you got other things from mink, if they were going to chuck their fur away anyway, it's like leather and cows. I mean, we have cows for other reasons, but the only reason that you would farm a mink is to get its coat off.
Absolutely, and that's not really a necessary trade. It's to fill a need in China. Give them some fake fur. Yeah, you know, they're sending cat fur here under the disguise, and we're sending mink there.
Don't say that. Cat fur? Oh. This show just gets worse and worse.
Nick, another thing I was really surprised about, I watched a documentary recently. The biggest jellyfish farm, jellyfish, you know, that wash up on the beach, right? They're huge. Mm-hmm. The biggest jellyfish farm is in Atlanta in America, and it sells jellyfish to China. And I was like, wow, that's huge. But yeah, absolutely huge. They farm these huge lakes of jellyfish, and it's like high protein, very sought after in China. And yeah, the biggest jelly farm outside of China is in Atlanta in America.
Well, this is our future, because as the acidification and the warming of the waters continues apace, all that's going to be left is jellyfish. We're going to be eating jellyfish and insects. Oh, no. That's what's for dinner in our future. All right, thanks a lot, Danny. 0345 6060 973. All right, I will talk about the government waste next. The government has been spraying around our money like you would not believe, and I have detailed files.
Everything is going extremely well.
You bet your life it is. Right. A major investigation has found that £5.6 billion in public cash has been frittered away on luxuries, featuring feathering Whitehall mandarins' nests and a wide range of jaw-dropping projects. The investigation, carried out with the Taxpayers Alliance, involved more than 4,000 Freedom of Information requests and the analysis of thousands of government contracts and databases. The exact waste figure the major investigation arrived at was £5,577,988,036.64. What? The probe into the state sector gravy train exposed how Whitehall mandarins banked £83 million in bonuses for excellence in being themselves. 6 Whitehall mandarins pocketed £2 million each as compensation for putting their backs out when picking up their huge bonuses. £50,000 was wasted on a team-building day trip to Rhyl, which was shut when they got there. Not because of the virus. It's always like that. The COVID relief team wrote a cheque for £108 million to Boris Johnson's Cocker Spaniel for the provision of personal protective equipment because, and this is a direct quote, he's a good boy. Who's a good boy then? Boris Johnson's dog's shampooist was appointed the leader of the new body that will replace the National Institute for Health Protection, which was supposed to replace the Public Health England and was to be run by Baroness Dodo Harding, but it collapsed before she arrived to take up her position in order to save time later. The new body was to be called the Super National Institute for Tremendous Health Excellence. £153 million was spent on a management consultancy to come up with the title Super National Institute for Tremendous Health Excellence. Their brief was to find a title that would really gaslight the public and upset the libtards. And they were given a bonus of £823 million for a super job in doing just that. The government sent 64,000 postcards to Donald Trump, telling him what a smart person he is, and then had to send another 64,000 postcards because they forgot to tell him what big hands he's got.
Donald Trump has small hands.
The number 10 sent 3,000 adult diapers size hefty to a Mr. D. Trump of Pennsylvania Avenue, which were returned in an unsaleable condition at a cost of
$8,737,540,000.
They spent £234 million on new homes for Whitehall mandarins to work at home from. Designer throws and cushions worth £193 billion were bought to make them look nice. 5 contracts worth £108 million were given to Serco for whatever they fancy. It doesn't really matter. £123,000 was spent on a Downing Street leaving party for Dominic Cummings, including a sour grapes plate and a Queer Eye makeover. All of the public's goodwill was spent on trying to keep Dominic Cummings from having to have that leaving party in the first place. The Cabinet signed off on £32,346 for a series of smirking workshops for Prissy Patel. £2,107 was splashed out on perfecting Matt Hancock's vacant expression of a balding 10-year-old that's just been caught nicking biscuits in Aldi. £87,000 was spent on first-class flights to Brexitopia, where the grass is always greener. And £53,577,988,036.64 was chucked about as though this virus was the absolute best cover to enrich friends and relatives so as to ensure a very happy retirement for all officials concerned. And every penny we've got, or will ever get, was splashed out on making all of this seem okay and batting away journalists' questions as though they were somehow unjust, what with, the unprecedented nature of the threat. And £5,678,943 was spent on exclusive use of the word unprecedented. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Here's a headline in tomorrow's Daily Mail. This is Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister himself. The headline is, "We are so nearly out of our captivity. We can see the sunlit upland pastures ahead, but if we try to jump the fence now, we will tangle ourselves in the last barbed wire."
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oy. What a colossal clown show we got running this show. I mean, really. How's the contact tasting going?
Contact tasting, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
South Korea have just offered to give us a hand with our contract tasting. They said, if you need a hand, just ask. Because they managed to get it right in April. But weeks after this thing started, April is when South Korea got this right. And we've been flailing around like a drunken octopus ever since. Like one of those drunken octopuses that got a farm of in Atlanta for the Chinese market. Why Atlanta? Doesn't really matter. Who cares? Do mink eat octopus? We are so nearly out of our captivity. No, we're not, by your own admission. We're 9 weeks away from being out of our captivity. What? At least 9 weeks. He's got a disturbance on the backbenches as Bozo, and in order to try and quell their displeasure, He said, don't worry about it. It's only going to be 9 weeks. 9 weeks. Oh, my God. At, let me remind you, a cost of £900 million a day. A day! Which, if you just for ease of calculation, just make it £1 billion a day. Why not? I mean, what's £100 million between friends? £100 million is the kind of money that they throw away at one of their mates in order for them to provide them with nothing. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We couldn't come up with what we said we were going to. Can we keep the money anyway? And the answer is always
yes.
Sure, why not? The stuff that's going on, it's just what amazes me is how well we're taking it. I mean, look at what's happening in France. Okay, we had a little contretemps here in London today. Santa Claus got arrested.
Oh, no.
Santa Claus himself got arrested. But France is on fire right now. And we're like, oh, well, never mind. It's only another 9 weeks. That's all right. We'll be able to have a board game at Christmas. Except you can't have a board game at Christmas. No board games, no singing, no touching. What else? You definitely can't get a hug out of Granny. Sorry, Granny. If you cling on to life, then, maybe next year. By order of the Prime Minister. You're beginning to feel that maybe voting for a clown off the telly to run a country is not necessarily a good idea.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe that thought is coming into focus. I could do with hearing some Focus right now, as a matter of fact. Wouldn't that be great? Hocus Pocus would be good to start with. I'm trying to think of some other Focus songs. Sylvia, of course. Is Sylvia Focus? Yeah, I think Sylvia was Focus. Or was that Allman Brothers Band? Was Allman Brothers Band Sylvia, or was that Focus?
Here are the studio calls flashing up on the indicator.
Yes, let's have this one immediately, if not sooner. And it's a call in Selby, North Yorkshire. Oh, Sylvia. Sylvia, how about that? Coincidence?
Hello, Nick.
Yes,
what
Sylvia.
What I would like to say
is the following.
In this country, regarding money, Boris Johnson does not have money.
Doesn't have money?
It's taxpayers' money that is being used. And a lot of it is being abused, and you've made me so angry just before what you've been saying that's being used of taxpayers' money.
I know, shocking.
But what I've come on about, Nick, is I think Boris Johnson and Dumber and Dumber have made a balls of the tier system. And the reason being is put the drinks industry on its knees.
Yeah.
And people at Christmas, Nick, they don't want to get plateaued, but they'd like to have been able to go to the pub and have a drink or two without stuffing the face with a meal.
Right.
What do you think?
I think you are completely correct in every respect.
And the thing about it is, Nick, you see, I'm going to be breaking the rules because I've not seen someone since March.
Who?
I'm going to see my grandchildren.
Right, whether they like it or not.
Well, I'm going to like it to visit them and see them.
Right.
But it's absolutely, Nick, diabolical what's going on in this country because we're relying on two people that stand there in the side by side with Boris Johnson coming out and telling us all what we've got to do.
Huey and Dewey.
Serious problems where people do get coronavirus, but I'm not being funny.
No, say that again.
They have wrecked the country, and I feel sorry for people that have got a small business.
Well, I bet you have never heard this before, but I agree with you completely.
And can I tell you something, Nick? All the people that are coming out of this that are booming are the supermarkets.
Yeah, the supermarkets are doing fantastically well. Supermarkets are doing well. Amazon is doing well. You've got venture capitalists who have inside knowledge of where the government is going on this. They're doing tremendously well. Some of them, of course, are actually in government. Isn't that a coincidence?
And I read someone, she's got a little boutique, Nick, and she's going to be open this week because you can open on the 2nd of December.
Yeah.
But yet you've got the likes of Marks and Spencer's that are selling clothes and they're going in because they sell food. And to me, that is all wrong.
Right.
Because people that have got little businesses and they want to earn... Christmas is a time where they could probably make money, and they're all on the knees, and they don't seem to me as if they're helping the pub trade and these type of people that have got small businesses.
And she sells booties.
Eh? No, but I'm telling you, Dick, what do you think I'm telling you?
I've got no idea. I stopped listening about 5 minutes ago. What?
I'm thinking of people like myself. I'd like to walk the dog, and when it's Christmas time, go in the pub for a pint.
Yes. Believe me, Sylvia, there's nobody like you. You are unique.
Good night.
All right, ta-ra. 0345 6060 973. Simon in Windsor text, the best Christmas song ever is All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey. Fact. You decried this when I said so a few weeks ago. I am prepared to fight you over this. Oh, yeah, because that's what is appropriate for Jesus' birthday. Bloodshed. Yeah, that's what God wants. But you're wrong. This says, make Donald Trump PM. He will unlock us all. Right. Yeah, no. Not even for the lols. No. Martin says, what a day. My wife gave birth to our first baby, and I came across the Nick Abbott show. First time listening, but it won't be the last, says Martin. Yeah, well, you'll need radio as company, Martin, because you won't be getting any sleep for, 3 years? 3 or 4 years, tops. Something like that. Here is Streatham. Hello, Joy.
Hello, Nick.
Joy.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Once again, you've put a beautiful smile on my face. Thank you.
Thank you.
For revealing you and your production team. I'm just doing your research.
I've got no production team. It's just me.
Well, you know what? I've got to give credit to the gentleman who answered the phone.
Oh, yeah, the telephonist, yes.
Exactly. Oh, my God. Just the fact that when you take the time out and provide relevant, constructive information to listeners,
it's a service.
Day.
That's right.
Thank you.
It's a public service.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Nonsense. So this morning, it's just listening. Each time I listen to anyone from the Conservative Party, anyone refer to Conservative as being fiscally responsible, it irritates and agitates me.
The Conservatives are fiscally responsible. Yeah, that's right. They're known for it. Yes.
And they sold this lie to the country. And the saddest part of it is they've convinced a lot of people in the country for years, and people still buy into it.
Well, they buy into it just like they buy into the Conservatives are the party of law and order.
When it concerns other people, but not themselves.
The NHS is safe in their hands. Yeah, all of that stuff. If they just keep saying it over and over again, a significant number of people, enough people, will believe it. You just have to. You don't have to do it. You just have to say you're going to do it.
It saddens me. It's sad because at the end of the day, sadly enough, it means that they continue to vote for them without. And the saddest part of it is if Labour or any other party behaved in the manner.
Oh my God, they'd be climbing the walls.
Exactly. Yeah. Wasted millions on the HS2. Wasted millions on that pointless, the Garden Bridge. The list goes on. And
you know what? I was looking forward to the Garden Bridge. I thought that was a good idea, and I thought it was well designed, and I can't believe that London, the greatest city in the world, can't afford a blooming bridge. I mean, if we actually do need a bridge. Half of the bridges over the Thames at the moment are shut, for crying out loud.
Because the money was wasted on consultation fees, honestly. I'm sorry.
Well, somebody's did very well out of that, like they're doing very well out of HS2, and people are coining it in over COVID like you wouldn't believe. Oh, holy moly! It's the best cover to throw around public money over their mates that has ever existed outside of wartime.
Why can't they be held accountable? Seriously.
There are some lawsuits going through at the moment to attempt to do just that. I don't think they should be let off the hook just because they keep throwing around the word unprecedented all the time, as though that somehow excuses their behaviour. No, they can't be allowed to get let off the hook, but I would bet money that nobody will suffer the consequences of any kind whatsoever. There'll be an investigation. There'll be some sort of official investigation, probably about 3 or 4 of them, I bet. Each one will cost £15 million, will take 4 years, and come to the conclusion that lessons must be learned.
Shame and embarrassment. We should have a corruption law in this country, because that's what it is, and unfortunately, it isn't. I've been watching the South African Parliament and just having the president of the nation being dragged through the court. And I'm thinking, why do we not have this in this country? Because time and time again, it's blatant corruption, but the word cronyism comes in. And all of the disgusting jargon. Oh, my God. I need to take some blood pressure medication.
Yeah, take a couple of pills, Joy, and try and calm down. All right, thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Molly texts, I text you each Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but you never read them out. Is it because I'm blocked or just boring? I only read out texts that are given to me to read out. I don't see the feed as it comes in, so they're cut and pasted. So it's got nothing to do with me, Molly. Don't blame me. This show was like this when I got here. What should we talk about now? I'll have a chat with this bloke, and then we'll see where we go. Brighton. Hello, Jason.
Hello, Nick. Molly's texts are boring. I'm not surprised you're not reading them out.
You're a very, very dull person, Molly. No offence.
Nick, I can't believe how selfish everybody is. They're like people are not understanding other people's point of view, and there's no right and there's no wrong in this whole horrible situation.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, maybe there is a right, maybe there is a wrong, but people are looking at it from their business point of view, looking at it from the health point of view, and everybody that gets asked the question seems to come back with something that's very, very personal, but people are not looking at it from a global point of view.
So what is the global perspective?
Well, there isn't one, but you should be able to understand. You should be able to understand other people's perspective on it.
Well, you can understand it, but you don't necessarily have to agree with it.
No, exactly.
I mean, people have been people talk. I mean, particularly on Twitter, or if you look at the comment section on the Daily Mail online.
Warning!
Don't look at the comment section on the Daily Mail online. If you want to, maintain some faith in the human race, do not do that. But it's as though people have been persuaded that to disagree with the dear leader is an act of treason, and that anybody that suggests that the government is not completely correct in every respect about every measure that it is proposing is a traitor. That's where we're at now. But this is despite the fact that we have the worst death rate allied with the worst economic crash of any comparable country in the world. If the government was doing a tremendous job, if it was showing some level of competence, then I could understand that. But to keep following people blindly and blithely, without complaint, or even raising a finger of question, who have demonstrated over and over again on every single thing they do that they screw it up, it just seems bizarre to me. It's like the people in this country have joined a cult.
It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And people don't seem to have the ability to assimilate information and make a decision for themselves. Listen to the information, chew it through, and make a decision. It's just not happening.
No, it is not happening because it is a cult. People have separated themselves along the lines of, are you a left-wing libtard or are you a right-wing? I don't know what the equivalent is.
Libtard.
No.
A right-wing libtard.
A right-winger. And right-wingers seem to be much more vociferous about that delineation, that I identify as a right-winger, therefore I support Donald Trump and I support Boris Johnson and I support the lockdowns and I support the arresting of anybody that disagrees with me, and I think that Boris Johnson or Donald Trump or both of them should be leader for life, and I want a dictatorship, and I don't want anybody that raises a finger of complaint to be heard in public. They should be locked up for the rest of their lives. And it just goes, that kind of thinking just gets stronger and stronger and more alarming. But that's the path that we appear to be on right now.
Yeah. It's a little bit worrying.
A little bit, yeah. More
than a bit.
All right, okay, batten down the hatches, Jason, because there's a storm coming.
Don't touch me, or I'll kill you.
That's what Granny's going to be saying this Christmas. Don't touch me or I'll kill you. Don't touch me or you'll kill me. Harrow, Steve.
Hello.
Harrow.
Hello.
Yes. Was that it?
No, I mean, what's that? I've called to say that I think it's all this coronavirus is a load of cobblers, really.
Is it?
I think that everybody should be allowed to go out, do whatever they want to do, have as many people as you can for Christmas, because it's a load of
yeah, cobblers. Yeah, I heard that the first time. Yeah. Hey, you know Michael Gove? No! Yeah, that's him. He warned up to 100 potential Tory rebels to put Britain's interest first. Because, this whole virus thing, it's cobblers. Michael Gove warned up to 100 potential Tory rebels to put Britain's interests first. That's Michael Gove, who said the government shouldn't prorogue Parliament to push Brexit, and then allowed it to happen. He said we didn't vote to leave without a deal. That wasn't the message of the campaign I helped lead. Said we'd hold all the cards in a negotiation, and then became the chap planning for no deal. That Michael Gove is implying that his own Tory MP colleagues are being selfish for questioning this government's catastrophic handling of this virus. And this was after officials admitted last night that almost the entire nation is going to be banned from socialising indoors until Easter. What? And that thing that Boris Johnson came out with is, don't worry, it's only going to be for 9 weeks. Only for 9 weeks.
Oh, no.
Only for 9 weeks. So it's not going to be Easter. No, that's a ridiculous suggestion. Easter? Of course not. No, it's going to be almost Easter. And 9 weeks, by the way, is just a number he pulled out the air. He pulled it out of his hair. I wonder what he puts in his hair to make it to look like that, because it's certainly not nothing.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Not to look like that, Boris. You just don't. The Cabinet Office Minister, Michael Gove, urged MPs to take responsibility for difficult decisions to curb the spread of COVID-19 amid anger from some Conservatives that much of England will face stringent restrictions. Writing in the Times, Gove said the decision to impose the restrictions was necessary to pull the handbrake and avoid the disaster of NHS hospitals becoming filled to capacity with only COVID patients and emergency cases. He said, keeping our hospitals open, available and effective is not just crucial to dealing with COVID-19, it's imperative for the health of the whole nation. But the only way we can ensure to take care of cancer patients, administer radiotherapy and chemotherapy and help stroke victims and treat heart attacks is by protecting the NHS, he said, adding that it could only be done by reducing the spread of the virus and thus limiting the number of COVID patients in hospitals. Well, that's interesting, because there is another way that we could protect the NHS, and that's not running the NHS down to a rump of a service over the past 10 years in the first place. Running it down to a point where it can't cope, where it couldn't cope this time last year, where it was facing disaster, just moments away from complete collapse, last year and the year before and the year before that. running the NHS down to the point where we've got fewer beds and fewer consultants and fewer GPs and fewer nurses than any other country in Europe. I mean, it's a bit rich to burn the house down and then complain that there's nowhere to shelter from the rain anymore, isn't it? But please disregard anything that we've done or said in the past, because that bears no relation to what we may say or do in the future. Right. This text says, December the 25th is not Jesus' birthday. That is a lie. Liar! It says. Well, which is then? I know that December the 25th is neither here nor there. They just picked it because it was a pagan holiday, and it was a pagan holiday because it's the shortest day. What's weird is that December the 25th isn't actually the shortest day. I think that's like December the 21st or something, isn't it? But, you know, it's almost a week out. What's a week between millions of adherents? But we just call it Jesus' birthday. Why not? Makes as much sense as anything else that's happening. As anything else that's happening, it makes as much sense as that. Absolutely. Mary in Blackpool says, the best Christmas record is Santa Baby by Eartha Kitt. It is fantastic, not Mariah Carey. No, neither of those two is correct. There's the one by the Ronettes. What's that? That probably just sounded like I was having a stroke. But in my mind, I had full Phil Spector orchestral backup. It sounded great in my mind. But no, the best Christmas song ever is also the best Elvis Presley song ever, and it is Merry Christmas, baby. It's about a 6-minute long blues track, and I tweet it out every Christmas in order to correct anybody that thinks otherwise. And I'll do it again. Don't tempt me. Let's have a call in Glasgow. Joan, is it raining?
Yes. No, it's not.
Yes, no?
Yes, I'm from Glasgow, and no, it's not raining. I went out for a beautiful walk today.
Did you?
The sun was shining. It was fabulous.
Wow. Well, you don't get that much sun.
Enough. We're happy enough up here. Yeah. I phoned up. I was listening to your show and I was laughing away because earlier on tonight, I was listening to Sky News and I was seeing the protests going on in London. And I saw this lad being arrested, and he says, well, what law have I broken? And they said it was the Corona Act law. And no one seemed to know what they were talking about. And then the cameras panned to another part of London, and there was a lot more there. And then it went to another shot. And I don't understand all the protests that were going on. And they were all kind of freedom and let's not wear the mask.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with the protest. But what I didn't understand was the policeman had said to this guy, who was being really quite civil, oh, well, there is this law. And I thought, they didn't understand it. And I thought, these laws seem to be getting passed. And you think, well, what laws are they? Like, it seemed to be, there can only be 3 people in a protest. When did that become law?
Yeah.
I thought law used to go through
Parliament.
Parliament, and then it went to the Lords, and then that was passed. But there seems to be so many laws, and I remember months ago I phoned up LBC, and I said, Theresa May actually stood up and said, when you're introducing these laws, when are they going to be rescinded?
Yes, well, exactly. That's what I've been saying over and over again. When a government takes your freedom, then they are loath to return it.
Exactly. And I'm saying to my sister, this is becoming totalitarianism. You know, we're all sitting here and we can laugh. And like I actually said to Philip, my husband, who voted Tory, we are opposed. We are opposed. We live in the same house.
We found one Scotsman.
No, he's an Englishman.
Oh, well, like I said.
Yes. No.
Right.
Yeah. So I think he's regretting.
Yeah, well, you think.
Because he used to watch him and Have I Got News for You, and he says he's a personality,
Yes,
he's a character.
the funny guy off the telly. Yeah, who would have thought that voting for a clown to run a country would be a bad idea?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Apart from anybody who thought about it for 10 seconds.
Yes, but he'd read books from Winston Churchill,
and
he was going to be the next Winston Churchill.
Yeah, that's right. In his mind...
He still is.
In his mind, he was going to be the next Winston Churchill. In real life, not so much.
Yes, and the minute Dominic Cummings has left his cabinet, he's now saying that we can all be out of lockdown in 9 weeks.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
He just plucked the number out of the air because he thought it might sound better than Easter. But when 9 weeks... he's not got a crystal ball. He can't see into the future. He's got no idea what he's talking about.
I know, but he's following the science. And what science that is
following the science.
And that's why I have started to think I just have to apply a wee bit of comedy to this, because I can't believe this is who's running this country.
I think you've got two choices. You can either laugh or cry. Pick one.
Well, all I'm going to do is be responsible and take care of myself and my family. And I know that a coronavirus, I understand how viruses work. And I think regardless of the government, I know that I can wash my hands and I can keep a certain distance. And there's certain precautions. I, as an individual, a member of the public, know how to keep myself away from... Years ago, if someone had the flu, you just did that. You knew what to do.
Yeah.
And the government trying to be this, and I'm going to use this word that's not commonly, or it's commonly used now in Parliament, granular. You know, they don't have to take over every aspect of our life.
Oh my God, Joan, would you like to run the government? It only pays £108 million a year. Please tell me you can start on Monday.
Oh, for goodness sake. You know, credit us with some common sense.
Is that a yes?
Stop treating us like children.
All right. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath hoping for that, but thanks. Ray texts, we are doomed. COVID deniers, anti-vax deniers. Anti-vax deny. You mean deniers of vaccines or deniers of anti-vaxxers? Probably the latter or the former. One of the two. Almost certainly. COVID deniers, anti-vax deniers, climate deniers, and Trump supporters have taken over the world. We're doomed. Thank Donald. Yes. Thanks a lot, Donald.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, we're still stunned. This text says, please stop dissing Serco. We are an easy target. I work for them and have just finished a long shift testing the public. We work very long hours and do our best to make sure people who are scared when they come in get the best possible experience. I don't know if that's supposed to be funny, but it made me laugh. 0345. What kind of experience of testing have we got, by the way?
Contact tasting.
Yes.
Testing. Tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it. 0345 6060 973. Here's calling Greenwich. Akeem.
Hi there, Nick. Thank you so much, firstly, for having me. You know, I started.
Thank you for being here.
Thank
you.
I
Appreciate
started to listen to you when I first started a job in West London. I had to wake up very early and came home very late from work.
Yes.
You know, I started to listen to LBC.
Right.
I really just had to call in today because I wanted to get some education from yourself and raise some things.
Yeah.
Basically, where I live in Greenwich, there's been a auction house. I used to pass that place every day. You know, never went in, never had dreams of going in. The other day I went past and I saw it's not only closed down, it's up for sale. It just showed me the effects that this whole COVID thing has had on every business around here. You know, it was the most touching thing for me, might I add, because, you know, since I moved into Greenwich, that place has been, and it just feels like a part of my community has been ripped apart and taken off.
Well, how come you feel so strongly about it if you never went in?
Well, I don't know. It's just, it just touched me. It just touched me, man, because another place I used to go, a protein shop that was near my house, it closed down.
A protein shop?
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say, Akeem, this sounds like the setup to a joke.
No, it's absolutely not.
Okay, then.
No, it's absolutely not. I've got no time for that this hour of the night. Yeah. So I used to support this lady who had a little shop around the corner. I'll go for a protein shot before gym, and I'll just go in there because, it was supporting the local business and stuff like that. Corona hit, and then she lost her shop. She never stayed around. But moving on, what I wanted to know from you is, next week there's this vote coming up. Is this vote supposed to be for the legislation that Boris has, brought forward, or is thinking about bringing forward? So if they do vote against it, what's going to happen, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I don't think they will vote against it. The Tory MPs on the backbenches will harumph a lot, and even if they do all sit on their hands and don't vote with the government, the Labour Party are going to vote with the government because they can't not be seen to be doing that, because because they won't want to own a failure in dealing with COVID. What's his name has got himself into a right pickle. Keir Starmer. He keeps voting with the government, but and now he is going to have to own everything that the government does, despite the fact that he's not the government. God, what a position to be in. He's been backed into a corner. It's probably the only successful thing that Boris Johnson's done. Neuter the opposition. Anyway, Akeem, I did feel like something else was going on there. I had my detector is on full alert.
Warning!
But if it wasn't the case, then I appreciate the call. Thanks a lot, mate. This says we have already surrendered sovereignty to China. Everything you buy is made in China. Yeah, particularly your China. Everything you buy is made in China. We ain't got nothing made in this country no more. We don't make nothing in this country no more. What do we make in this country now? We make, what do we export? We export machinery, engines, chemicals, gold. That's it. I think that's pretty much it. If you look at the chief exports of this country, that's what they are. Cars, but we make cars for other countries. The British car industry is extinct. We ain't got no British car industry anymore. We got a German car business and a Japanese car business and a Korean car business. Other than that, there ain't no British cars no more. Unless I got that wrong, in which case you must correct me. But I don't think there's a single British car company anymore. I mean, we used to have Bristol cars, and they used to sell about 3 cars a year. You would see one Bristol car in your lifetime on the road, and that's it. I used to pass their showroom. In fact, where this radio station used to be, I used to have to drive past their showroom to get to work. And there was never anybody in there. Ever anybody in there. Always empty. And that's gone now. I don't think there's a single car company that you could call British anymore. Is Morgan still alive? Doesn't really make any difference. Anyway, we don't make nothing here no more. For the very good reason, because the British public don't like paying a penny extra for anything that is made patriotically in this country. Are we patriotic consumers? You bet your life we're not. We're not remotely interested in supporting British jobs. We just want to save 10 pence and buy it on the internet from China. Harry in London says there were no viruses between 3000 BC and 1917 AD. Why not? How do you know? How do you know, Harry? Let's have a call in Islington. Adam.
Hi, good evening, Nick.
Adam.
Before I make my point, I would have thought also military equipment would be an export.
Is it?
No?
Yeah, we do have a defence industry, yes. Do we make a lot of military equipment here? And we make engines and machinery, and maybe that's what's classed as military equipment. I bet it is.
Yeah, no, I meant it within that scope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
Thank you. So, it's not a sexy point I'm going to make, but it's quite a profound one. And it is echoing what you've said in the past, where you spoke about how it's not the virus that will kill us in the masses, it's our reaction to the virus. And something you said really struck me tonight. You said about how the NHS is being decimated under the Tories, and it's true.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, I'm going to add something that compounds the problem. And I'll take myself...
no. Here we go.
Oh, no, it's real. It's a real example. I'm someone who's very fit and healthy. I regularly work... Well, before COVID, I worked out a lot.
Physical jerks?
Exactly. Yeah, just really taking care of my body and my health. And when the first lockdown happened, I put on, and I'm not exaggerating, I put on 10 kg.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm saying to you is with that comes problems, cardiovascular problems, heart disease, and I was overeating while working from home.
Of course.
And
well, you got all that food there. How can you resist?
Exactly, and ordering fast food. So what I'm saying is your habits changed, and I can't help but believe if the way things have gone carry on, then we're all going to be more overweight. And I'm having to really force myself in this second lockdown period to exercise and go out as much as I can.
Yeah, I can't. I've tried exercising at home because, the internet is absolutely stuffed to the gills with all of those people that are showing you exercise routines and join in with me and do star jumps and all of that stuff. I just can't do it. I have to go to a gym, and then once you're at the gym, you got to actually do it. You get it done, and then you leave. But at home, there's just too many distractions. I can't.
Exactly, and also, because I'm working, I rush it. So I completely agree with you. So I guess my key point is I have concern that there's going to be so much more cardiovascular illnesses, disease. I mean, you've heard doctors say people are not presenting their lumps and bumps, and it's true. No, it's true. They're not presenting them, and what that means is people are going to get much more advanced cancers before being seen because they're worried about catching COVID. So do you see the compounded effect of what COVID is doing? Like, it's our reaction, as you've rightly said, and I just don't know if we're geared up to understand how to combat those problems. Right. Our overeating, our lack of exercise, and just general mental health and mood. Yeah. I'm really concerned.
Well, don't be concerned. It might never happen. Oh, no, that's right. It already has.
Yeah. So, I mean, where do you see things going? Because I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe many people will not take the vaccine out of fear. I genuinely believe that.
Yes, I don't think that. Well, it certainly won't have a 100% take-up rate any more than the flu vaccine has a 100% take-up rate. There's going to be a lot of people who think, well, you know what, this is a vaccine that has been rushed through in a tenth of the normal time that is considered safe for a vaccine, and regardless of how many experts tell me that it is completely safe in every way, shape, or form, I'm going to think hard before taking this thing that protects me from something that 99% of the population won't be badly affected by anyway.
Exactly, and that's whether we want to take that risk is up to the individual, but it's true. It's true.
It's not unpatriotic or traitorous to at least question that and think about it.
And could I make one last point?
Oh my God, so many points.
I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I really hate the way we boast. I'm very proud of this country in many ways. I'm really just disturbed and perturbed, actually, by the level of boasting we do. And if I can just give you that one example, a couple of months ago, Chris Whitty and the government kept saying, "Oh, we've got Oxford University and AstraZeneca on the case now, the world's best university." And then, what do we do? We offer a 70% efficacy where Pfizer and Moderna offered 90%. Yeah. And I'm thinking, this is the problem. don't gloat and boast before you've actually developed something.
Right, but our virus was going to come in a little bottle with the Union Jack on it. So, there's that. It would have been better. Even if it would have killed you outright, at least it would have been a patriotic death. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, thanks a lot. Running late. Let's have a call in Fulham. Martin.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. Next time you drink water, please add lots of whiskey to dilute it.
That is Scotch. Very good health advice, yes.
And the next thing is, I've got lots of family in Denmark. I've never seen a mink there, but I haven't been there for a few years. But then I've never seen a pig there, despite all the bacon that's supposed to come there to this country. Yeah. And lastly, you wanted to remind about this haulage guy who phoned in a year ago.
Yes.
Maybe you ought to look up Operation Yellowhammer, because the Sunday Times had a very embarrassing article spread over their front cover in August last year,
right,
pointing out what a huge disruption about, how are you going to get things in like people, medicine, food to this country after Brexit has landed on us.
Yes, people. We'll be eating people, because there won't be any food in the supermarket shelves.
Soylent Green.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Operation Yellowhammer. Anyway. I thought that's a nice, pleasant thought for your listeners to actually nod off to tonight.
All right, thanks a lot, Martin. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Look up Operation Yellowhammer, he says. I most absolutely and certainly will do nothing of the sort. Darren texts, you forgot that we make Ginster's Cornish pasties, which is probably the popularity of those is going to go through the roof, because if you've got to order something approaching a major meal just in order to get yourself a pint, for crying out loud, then that's going to be what you're going to be ordering, right? Because what else are they going to serve? Oh boy, the microwaves up and down the country are going to be pinging like mad. It's ready. Don't watch the food cook. Let it sit for a couple of minutes before you eat it, because very, very hot. This text says, welcome to the Common Senseless Society 2020. Blame the parents, and remember to always cross the road with eyes firmly glued to a mobile device. Yeah, and you should drive that way too. And that is the official position of LBC. Of course, if you're in a hatchback, then you will already be doing that. We appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
Kiri texts, you are wrong, Nick. What? The UK has a thriving supercar industry, McLaren being a prime example. They'll be bust by Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, how many McLarens get sold? About 6. I don't know that that's true. I just made it up. But I think thriving is stretching it a bit. Do we have a thriving supercar industry? No. Italy does. Italy's got boatloads. They got Ferraris and the really loud ones. Lamborghinis. So, a couple of months ago, somebody was parked they weren't parked, they were sitting at a red light in London's fashionable Charing Cross Road. I came out of here and walked down there, and they were sitting there, and somebody on the bus was next to them. It was like a luminous green Lamborghini. You know, it looked like a UFO had landed in the middle of London. And the people on the bus were saying, "Go on, mate, give it some welly." And he was just blipping he was just like, blipping the throttle a bit. My God, the noise! It sounded like the earth was being pulled apart. How could you stand to make that much noise just going along the place? But, relatively amusing, I suppose. But how can you... I don't know how you could stand to be that shouty all the time. My ears were bleeding. Tony says, one of our exports for the benefit of mankind are weapons for other nations to annihilate each other with. Yes, we do a lot of that. We don't think of ourselves in that way. We don't think that, that's the kind of people that we are. But we are. We supply some of the world's worst people who then drop bombs and fire bullets made in this country at some of the poorest and the most desperate on Earth. You're welcome. This text says, get with it, Nick. UK is now the second largest arms exporter in the world. Well, I just said that. I said that. The UK was the world's second largest arms exporter behind the United States over the past decade. Is this information that you put up?
Yeah, I've just added that. Yeah.
Oh, right. Well done then. Excellent work, that man. The UK was the world's second biggest arms exporter behind the United States over the past decade. You know, it's interesting that if you look at you can look it up online. I think gov.uk has got this kind of information, what we export and who we export it to. And they've got, what the things that we export the most are, and they call it machinery. Arms don't appear. And I always wondered, machinery, what kind of machinery do we make in this country? And I just thought, well, maybe it's, it's stuff for generators and whatever. It's, way over my head. I won't investigate further. Well, that's probably exactly what it is. It's machinery of a certain type. You bet it is. Orders worth £11 billion were won in 2019, which the government said placed the UK ahead of Russia and France. Almost £100 billion worth of contracts since 2010 included the sale of Typhoons to Saudi Arabia and missiles to Qatar. The government says the sales support good jobs. But critics said the figures should be a great source of shame. Correct. It is shameful that that's what we do for a living. Devise ever more exciting ways of killing people. That's who we are. But it's not what we think of ourselves. That's not how we envisage ourselves at all. The makers of death and misery for the whole world. This says, the reason we don't make anything here anymore is because all of the European manufacturing is in Germany. The loss of our manufacturing industry was one of the perks we received from 40 years of EU membership. Yeah, like they stole it from us. Oh, my God. The chip on the shoulder of certain people concerning the European Union is just comical. No, it had absolutely nothing to do with Margaret Thatcher and nothing to do with the British consumer wanting everything cheaper, which is why it went not to Germany necessarily, but more like to China. China. I think I'm going to miss Donald Trump being president.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
But only a little bit. Your darling Donnie won't be president anymore, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered.